be seated. All right, good morning, everybody. Ms. Terrio, just remind you that you're still on your oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Terrio, just to kind of familiarize everybody with you today, you work at the New Hampshire State Lab, is that right?
Yes, I do, in the forensic laboratory.
Okay, and what's your position there?
I'm a firearm and toolmark examiner, and I examine bullets and cartridge cases and firearms.
And as we discussed yesterday, you did conduct some examinations and comparisons in this case, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to go through some of your examinations and those comparisons now with you. May I approach you?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Terrio, in your examinations, do you take photographs of the pieces of evidence that you're examining?
Yes, I do.
I'm showing you now what's marked for identification as States 43. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is it?
This is a Glock pistol inside of a evidence box.
Okay, and does that appear to be a piece of evidence that you examined in this case?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and did you take this photograph?
I did.
Does the what's depicted fairly and accurately represent that gun that you examined in this case?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Does the photograph fairly and accurately represent the gun as it appeared to you on the day you examined it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Move to strike the ID.
No objection. Okay. Stricken.
So I'll show you the slide. It's up on the TV now. Can you see that from where you're at?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Is this the gun that you examined in relation to this case?
Yes, it is.
Take us through the steps you took when you first began your examination of this gun.
Well, in the beginning part of my examination, I do take a photograph of the outside of the package as I received it, and then what you have here on the screen is when I open the package. I put the blue ruler that's in there, I put that in there, but the firearm and that other small package is what was inside of the box when I opened it. So once I photographed the evidence, I then began my examination, and that entails unclipping it from the box and making sure that it's unloaded. And then I began my examination of looking at the make, the model, the serial number, its overall condition. I will check how it operates. There's different types of ways that firearms can operate, so I'll note that. I'll note the safety features of it. I'll look down the barrel, count the number of lands and grooves like we talked about yesterday, and just again, its overall condition. There's a few other tests that I do, such as the trigger pull test, which tests how many pounds of pressure it takes to pull the trigger. The jar off test that I mentioned, where I strike it with a nylon or a rubber mallet rather to see if it's susceptible to any type of unintentional discharge. And once I've established all of that information, I will then select live ammunition from the laboratory supply to test fire in the firearm, and then that concludes my function test of the gun.
Okay. First, just when you were looking at the gun, were you able to determine what the make or model of it was?
Yes, this is a 9mm Glock semi-automatic pistol, and it's model 19 Generation 4.
Did you observe a serial number on the weapon when you examined it?
I did.
What was the serial number?
T as in Tom, S as in Sam, A as in Adam, 446.
Did you make a determination of whether this firearm was functioning normally when you examined it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, I went through all of those steps that I just described, and I didn't encounter any type of malfunction or anything during my testing of it at my desk. This is prior to me actually going to test fire the firearm, but I'll dry fire it, which means to first make sure it's unloaded, but to rack the slide, which is to pull the top part back and then be able to pull the trigger. I do that a number of times during the testing that I do to ensure that it's operating properly. And so from just the bench examination that I conducted, I could see that there were no issues with it as I received it. And then I moved to the actual test firing part, where there's a section in the laboratory where there's a large tank of water that I can fire into to collect bullets and collect the cartridge cases.
Before we get to that part, did you also test it for, I think you said, to see if it's susceptible to jar off?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and did you do that with this firearm?
I did.
What did you find there?
I found that it is not susceptible to an accidental discharge due to jar off.
And I think you described it earlier as hitting it with a rubber mallet?
That's correct, yes.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
May I approach you?
Yes, you may.
There's a box of gloves in front of you, protective gloves. I'm showing you what's states 111. Is this the firearm that you examined?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell that?
I can see the serial number, which is the TSA 446, and I can see the package of test fires that's in the package as well.
I want to go through some of the safety features on this gun with you, and if you're comfortable handling the gun, will that be all right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. There are gloves here if you want to wear those gloves while you're handling it.
Okay.
And then if we could, is there well, then maybe we can demonstrate in the box for the jury. If you want to put gloves on.
Okay. There's no biohazardous issue, so I prefer to. I lose dexterity with gloves on, so.
Our bailiff has a sharp instrument.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, if we could have the witness do it, I think. Or
This safety strap that goes through here is indicating that it's not loaded. I'm going to pull this out. Oh, is that it? Yeah, if we could cut this thing. Or
if
I
you're
can.
comfortable, Jill.
Okay. No, that's all right. That'll work. All right. There's that.
Okay. And just for court's knowledge, does that gun appear to be made safe for this trial?
Yes, it is. I'm going to keep it pointed in a safe direction. And what you can see here, this large black and yellow piece is a gun lock that is through what's called the action of the firearm. So that's not going to allow it. That's going to allow it to not allow it to fire. And in addition, there's a zip tie, like a cable tie, that I put through the action of the firearm when I was done testing it. So both of those features on here will keep it safe. And there's no ammunition in the chamber, and there's no magazine in the magazine well.
Okay. Judge, if I could have the witness step down in front of the jury.
Yes, you may.
Back to the classroom. So as I said, and as we go through, if you could just demonstrate with the firearm itself some of the safety features. First, tell us about what safety features are present on this gun.
Well, this gun this is a Glock pistol, and it has three main types of safeties on it. Again, I'm going to keep it pointed to the ground. I'm not going to point it anywhere except down. But I'm going to pull this top part back. This is called the slide. So I'm going to close that. Normally without these pieces here, these you completely close. So the first safety that's on here is called a trigger safety. And this little curved arched piece right here is the trigger. And it's actually made of two pieces of polymer or plastic. And the only way that the trigger can be pulled and to disengage this trigger safety is by having a finger in the direct center of that, because it's in two pieces, and if you try to pull it back with your finger not all the way on it, or if it gets bumped from the side, the second of the two pieces will actually press against the frame and it will allow the entire trigger to move rearward. So unless the finger is completely on the front face of the trigger and pushing that second little part backwards, the firearm can't be fired. So again, that's the trigger safety. So when that is deactivated by pulling on the trigger, there's a part inside of the gun called a trigger bar that's connected to the trigger. It's housed inside of the spring here. And when you're pulling the trigger backwards, that's moving this bar rearward. And it's also, this little bar has two stems on it. So one is pressing upwards on what's called the firing pin safety, or firing pin block. Now the firing pin is housed in this long rectangular piece here called the slide, and it's under spring tension. And when the firing pin block is in place, it is down so that the firing pin can't move forward. So even if this were to be dropped or what have you, there's an actual physical piece of metal in there that's blocking it from forward movement. So when you pull the trigger, that is actually pressing up on this little spring-loaded part that will then allow the firing pin to move forward. And then finally, there's what's called a drop safety, which, again, all of these little parts are housed within here, and they all kind of work at the same time when the trigger is pulled. But the firing pin is actually also held in place by the drop safety, and it's only released when you pull the trigger, and the little part on the back of that, the drop safety, will actually drop out of the way and will allow that firing pin to move forward. So there's three safeties kind of going on all at the same time.
Everybody able to see the trigger that she was referring to when she demonstrated?
So the trigger here, and the trigger safety is, the trigger is two parts, and there's a little piece right here that I'm pressing on that kind of moves up and down. It's right in here, and that little piece is the center piece. That's the trigger safety. So when you put your whole finger on here, that's keeping it from pressing up against the frame. That will allow you to pull the trigger backwards and kind of see it move just a little bit there.
Thank you. And you can listen in the box and listen to the sound. So now we know a little bit more about the safety features on that firearm, the Glock 19. You had mentioned before that you had done some test fires with that weapon.
Yes, I did.
Take us through that process.
So once I've completed the examination at my bench, I then select ammunition to test fire in the firearm. And the laboratory has a large collection of ammunition in different calibers that I have access to that I can pick from to test fire the firearm. So I will choose typically 3, and once I've selected the ammunition, I try to pick whatever whatever type of the evidence is. I will try to use that same type if it's available, if the laboratory has it in its collection. So I will mark the cartridge, the live cartridge. I'll mark with an engraving tool the case number, which test number it is, like T1, T2, T3. I'll mark that on the cartridge case as well as on the bullet itself. Once I'm ready to test fire, as I just mentioned, there's a room at the laboratory that's called the test fire room, and inside that room is an apparatus that's essentially a large vat of water and connected to almost like a pool filter type of thing, where I fire into it. The cartridge cases will fly out of the firearm. The bullets will go into the water, and then that pool filter type of setup will kind of vacuum them up and place them into a bin that I can open up and retrieve the bullets from.
In this case, you said you go through and you try to select from the lab's storage of ammunition that you can use, and you try to match up with what's being tested against. Is that
Yes.
right? In this case, did you also have ammunition available that had come with the firearm that was provided to you?
Yes, there was ammunition provided with the gun.
Okay. So did you use that ammunition or the ammunition that was available at the lab already?
I used both. I used one live cartridge that was submitted with the pistol, and 2 others from the laboratory supply.
What kind of live cartridge was that was submitted with?
I'm just referring to my notes. There were 14 live 9mm cartridges by a brand called Fiocchi. That's spelled Fiocchi.
And you mentioned earlier that you typically do 3 test fires and then you'll label them T1, T2, T3. Is that right?
Yes.
So in this case, what label did you give to the test fire that came from the ammunition that was provided with JG01?
I don't recall, but in that package with the firearm is my test fire envelope, and I can look at that to remember.
May I approach you now?
Yes, you may. Counsel, you don't need any permission to approach anymore.
Okay.
There are a lot of exhibits, so you can just do it. Everybody can do it. Thank you.
Did you want to look? So again, I'm giving you States 111. You said that there's an envelope inside?
Yes, this manila envelope here contains the test fires that I fired. I'm going to open this.
Was that package sealed?
Yes, it is. Yes. see. Testifier number 1 was by Remington. Testifier number 2 was by a brand called Federal. And then the third testifier would have been one of the ones that was submitted with the case.
Okay, and you can remind us what brand that was?
And that was the Italian brand called Fiocchi.
And just for the record, as you were going through, there were 3 casings that you were looking at?
Yes, 3 cartridge cases and 3 bullets.
Okay. And how did you determine what was the make of each of those?
On the back of each cartridge, the manufacturer will stamp its name on the back as well as the caliber. So on the back of here lists the caliber as well as R-P for Remington, Peters, FC for Federal cartridge case, and GFL, which is for Fiocchi.
Okay. So you were looking at the casings themselves?
Yes.
Okay. You can replace them. So you, I think you said it was the third testifier was the Fiocchi.
Yes.
All right, I want to talk to you now about your examination of JGO2. That was the cartridge case that was provided to you.
Yes.
And did you bring your model of a live cartridge again today?
I did.
Okay, could you pull that out, and using the model, could you just remind the court what part of the cartridge we're looking at when we're talking about the cartridge case?
Okay, so I have the plastic model here again with me today, and just to refresh, a whole cartridge that's not been fired, a live round of ammunition, is the cartridge case, which is the metal housing. There's the bullet, gunpowder would be inside of the metal case, and then the primer, which is on the back of the case. And on the back part here, in addition to the primer, is where one would find the manufacturer or whoever it's marketed for, as well as the caliber.
I'll show you now. States 112. And it's inside another envelope, but if you could reach in, there is an evidence envelope in there. And is that once you have a chance to look at it, is that the casing that you looked at in this case?
Yes, it is. Stuck in the bottom.
And again, looking at that casing, what was the brand on that casing?
This brand is also by the brand Fiocchi.
Explain for us a couple of times that you were comparing certain items to see if they were fired or discharged from JGO1, the firearm that we just looked at. Is this one of the items?
It is, yes.
Did you reach a conclusion as to whether this cartridge case, JGO2, was fired from JGO1?
Yes, I did.
And what was your conclusion?
My conclusion after examining it under the microscope compared to the test fires that I fired from that gun, I determined that this cartridge case was fired in that Glock pistol.
And you did mention before that that was a Fiocchi?
Yes.
What caliber was that?
This is 9mm.
How did you go about comparing the casing in order to arrive at your conclusion that it was fired from JGO1?
Well, using that equipment that I talked about yesterday, the comparison microscope, which is 2 microscopes that are essentially connected together through a series of mirrors and prisms that lets me look through one set of eyepieces and see 2 things at the same time with the same lighting, and I could manipulate them and put them in the same position. So again, that allows me to see 2 things at the same time. And so what I'm looking for are microscopic details from the parts of the gun that have struck the cartridge case, like the firing pin impression or the breech, how I talked about how in the firearm, this is the back end of the cartridge case is supported by the breech of the firearm, and so it picks up an impression of that breech. So I'm looking at those areas. There's another facet that's available just by the nature of the way that the gun fires. Sometimes part of the primer back here gets a little bit sheared off, and that's a very unique area for an examiner to use for comparing to other items. So I will then take one of the test fires and put that on one side of the microscope, and then take the one that's in question and put that on the other side. And then looking through the eyepieces, I'm looking to compare the patterns that I see on one and compare that with the patterns that I see on the other. And I'm looking for agreement of those individual characteristics.
When you're looking through that microscope to compare, are you able to take photographs through that microscope?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, with the understanding that there's no objection, State would ask 44, full exhibit.
A minute.
So I'm showing you States 44. You can take a look there. Is that an image from your comparison that you conducted in this case?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'll also put up the slide so you can see. So I want to go through this image a little bit with you, starting with the writing that's up there near the top. Can you just describe what that writing is, what it means?
Those are annotations that I've added to the digital image that I captured through the microscope. So reading from left to right is, it says T3 and then parentheses TSA 446, and that means it's the third test fire that I fired, T3. In parentheses is the serial number of the firearm, and then equal sign JGO-2. JGO-2 is the cartridge case that I examined. And then below that, the next line says FPAS, and then parentheses approximately 32X. And that is firing pin aperture shearing. It's shorthand for an area on the primer that I'm looking at, that I compared between the two items. So what you're seeing in this image, oh, I'm sorry, let me let you continue with your question, but that's what the writing says. The 32 is referring to how many times that's been magnified.
Okay. And so continuing with what you, I think you were beginning to say, is the images themselves, can you kind of describe what we're looking at?
So this is what I see through the microscope when I look through the eyepieces. There's a center line that's bisecting the two parts of the image. If you can see that, it's running up and down. So on the left side is part of the cartridge case from one of the test fires, and on the right is the one from the scene. And what this is depicting here is agreement between the cartridge cases based on the firing pin aperture shearing, which is part of the primer that got sheared off during the operation of the firearm.
You were telling us yesterday about class characteristics versus individual characteristics. When you're making a comparison like this, what characteristics are you looking for and comparing?
Well, under the microscope, I'm looking for the individual characteristics. When I got to the microscopic comparison phase, I have determined already that the class characteristics match. So the fact that the cartridge case is 9mm and the firearm itself is 9mm, which is its caliber. The firearm possesses the firing pin shape is called elliptical, so it's sort of oblong in shape, and that's what's displayed on the evidence cartridge case. So those class characteristics, those gross features, are in agreement. So at that point, once those gross features are in agreement, then I would move to the microscopic comparison. And so what I'm looking at in this image here are individual characteristics that are on the fired cartridge case that I shot, as well as the one that was recovered.
So using this comparison image, what was your conclusion comparing JGO2, the cartridge case that was provided to you, and the cartridge case from the third test fire that you conducted?
I determined that JGO2 was fired in the Glock pistol with serial number TSA 446.
All right. I now want to talk about JGO3. Was that another exhibit or another piece of evidence that you examined in this case?
Yes, it is.
JGO3 States 113. If you could just open that up and take a look. appear to be the bullet that you examined in this case?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And how can you tell that?
Well, on the outside of this package, I can see a laboratory barcode sticker as well as my initials on here. My initials are along the seal of the package when I sealed it up, and this little small Ziploc bag has my initials as well as the exhibit number, and that contains the fired bullet.
Place that aside. Did you take photographs of the bullet when you examined it as well?
Yes, I did.
With the understanding there's no objection from defense, the state removed 46 for ID as a full exhibit, 47, 48, 49, 50A, and 50B.
Okay, they're admitted.
I want to just take one moment to look through these photographs. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are those the photos you took of JG03?
They are, yes.
So when you're examining JG03, what was the purpose of your examination?
Well, the purpose of me examining a bullet is to gather as much information about it as possible. So I want to figure out what caliber it is, how many lands and grooves on there, and again, those are the spiral marks that are left behind from the gun barrel that it had traveled through. Any design features that are present, how much it weighs, again, collecting all of the physical information about that, and then once I've established that information, if those class characteristics, such as the caliber and the number of lands and grooves, are consistent with what the firearm is in this case, I would then move to a microscopic exam and then compare bullets that have been test fired through the firearm with this bullet, the evidence bullet.
Did you reach a determination of whether JG03 was fired from JG01?
That determination came to be inconclusive. It could not be identified or eliminated as having been fired in the Glock pistol.
I think you had gone through the range of conclusions you can reach yesterday. Can you just remind us of those and what they mean?
Well, a conclusion of identification means that this item was, or an item was fired from a particular firearm or fired in the same gun. The opposite of that is an exclusion or an elimination, meaning that this item was not fired in the gun based on either differences in class or a combination of class and individual characteristics. And then the third conclusion that a person can come to is what's called inconclusive, meaning there's not enough information on the item to determine one way or the other. So cannot be identified, nor could it be eliminated.
Okay. When we get further into your comparison and determination, were you able, with JG03, to determine a caliber of the ammunition?
Yes, it was determined to be 9mm.
Were you able to determine a make or manufacturer?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
Well, based on some of the design features of the bullet and a little bit of internet research, because this style bullet was one that I hadn't seen before, I was able to determine that it is a bullet that is produced or marketed for the brand Fiocchi.
You said it was something that you hadn't really seen before, or was uncommon, would you say?
In my experience, I hadn't seen it before, yes.
And what do you mean by that? What did you see that was uncommon to you?
This particular bullet was completely made of copper. It was a solid copper bullet. Typically, the ones I've seen in my experience are typically made of copper and lead. So a lead middle with a copper outer coating on it, or completely solid lead bullets are fairly common ones. So one that was completely made of copper was unusual to me. I just hadn't seen that type of thing before.
And are those features ones what you searched in order to arrive at the conclusion that this was a Fiocchi bullet?
Well, based on the fact that the brand of cartridge case was labeled Fiocchi, and this type of bullet, again, it was a solid copper bullet, so looking on the internet to see what brands, or if Fiocchi does indeed offer a brand of, or a line of ammunition that is made with solid copper bullets, and what I saw online was consistent with what I had in front of me.
When you do that research online, do you find examples of the bullets that you may be looking at?
I do, yes. Or photographs of, yes.
Sure. What's marked for identification now as States 45. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
And what is this image?
This is an image of, it's a page from my notes, and it is a photograph that I had taken from an ammunition website depicting a box of ammunition.
And did you find this image in your research when trying to determine the make and manufacture of the bullet you examined?
Yes.
Does this image as presented to you today fairly and accurately represent what you found in your research?
It does, yes. I based that on the style of the bullet that's shown in the photo.
Your Honor, the state would move to strike the ID.
Subject to our discussion, the ID is stricken. It's a full exhibit.
Show you the slide up on the TV now. Is that the same image, States 45?
Yes, it is. I can't see the writing that I had written on the page is somewhat cut off, but that's the image.
So again, you found this was Fiocchi. Did you find this particular bullet, how Fiocchi markets or what they purport the weight of their bullets to be?
I'm going to consult my notes. Yes, based on this image that I found depicting this line of ammunition, Fiocchi was marketing these as 92 grain solid copper, what they called Extrema Expansion Monoblock ammunition, which is describing the design of the bullet.
You had mentioned earlier that there can be some variance in weight from what a manufacturer purports the weight of a bullet to be versus what you may ultimately weigh the bullet and find it to weigh.
That's right.
What are some of the reasons that a variance like that can happen?
Well, when I'm examining a bullet in front of me in casework as it's a piece of evidence, the bullet could have struck something that would have removed part of it, which would contribute to it weighing less than whatever the manufacturer described it on the box of ammunition. Conversely, if the bullet has traveled through something and perhaps picked up, like say if it was fired through wood or drywall or what have you, it might pick up wood particles and drywall particles it's adding to the weight of that bullet. So in that case, it might weigh more than what is marked on the package.
I'm going to show you a slide now of States 46. This was an image that you took of the bullet you examined?
Yes, it is.
Could you describe for us some of the features of this bullet as you took the photos?
Again, this is exhibit JG03, and the way that this bullet is situated is it's seated on its flat bottom, and it's kind of a bird's eye view of it, so you're looking straight down at it. The areas that look sort of folded back are what are called petals. This type of bullet is called a hollow point, meaning that when it strikes something, whatever it strikes causes that bullet to expand and get larger, essentially. So those petals have sort of petaled out and expanded like a flower almost. And that middle post there, it's kind of right in the center. It's a very large, wide copper post that was in the middle of the bullet.
You talked about those petals before. Is there a typical number of petals that can be created in this style of bullet, the hollow point?
It depends on the manufacturer. There will be little grooves on the surface of the bullet around the hollow point area that will cause the bullet to expand or to petal open like that. In my experience, I've seen them have 6, but it's really up to the manufacturer how they design their bullet and how they want it to open when it strikes something. But typically 6 is what I've seen.
Through your research of the Fiacci bullet and this line of bullets, did you determine how many petals are typically created on this?
I didn't look for that specifically, no.
How many petals are present here on JG03?
There are 4. If you're looking at it in perspective of a clock, it runs from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. So there's 1, 2, 3, there's 4 of them.
At the bottom of the bullet in this image, it seems that there's a larger gap in between 2 of the petals. Is that what you observed as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear that there were petals missing?
Yes, and I think that area there on the lower half between 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock positions there's enough space there that there would be 2. I believe that there would be 2 that seem to be missing from this.
So then plus the 4 that are there, that would have been a total of 6?
Yes.
Looking States 47, again, what view are we looking at here of the same bullet?
Could you zoom in just a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, so this is the bullet just flipped over 180 degrees, so now it's resting on that internal post. So now we're looking at the bottom of it. So there's the 4 petals that have peeled open, and the bottom of the bullet there has a little dimple on its base.
And what's that dimple for?
I don't know.
And here's a closer image. Is that the same bullet?
Yes, it is.
The same viewpoint?
Yes.
States 49, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is the same bullet, just a different view. It's looking at it from the side, and here it kind of it really demonstrates how it looks like it's peeled open like a banana in a way. So that post there that's pointing to the right is the center post that was present on the inside there, a rather thick, wide post. The petals have peeled open, and then the base, in this position you can't really see the base or the bottom of the bullet, but they're hidden by the petals that have peeled back.
And States 50A?
Similar view, and it looks like that is just flipped over to see the opposite side of what we were just looking at.
And then is 50B just a cropped image of 50A?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And again, is this the section of that bullet we discussed earlier that appeared there were 2 petals missing?
Yes, it does.
So after making broader observations of this bullet, taking these photographs, did you examine the bullet in comparison to the pistol JG01?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell us about that part of your examination.
So the comparison part happens after I've collected all of the basic visual information about the bullet in question. So, what it was made of, how much it weighs, the design features of it. When I move to that microscopic comparison, and I'm at that point because of the agreement of class characteristics between what this bullet is showing and what characteristics the firearm has. So the fact that the gun is 9mm, and this bullet measured out to be in the 9mm family. The number of lands and grooves that are on the surface of the bullet is the same as what the firearm has. So in my comparison, again, I'm looking for scratch marks that are on the surface of the bullet and looking at scratch marks on the surface of the test-fired bullets to do, again, a pattern comparison to see if I can determine whether or not this bullet was fired from the barrel of that gun.
And again, what was your determination?
It was inconclusive, that it couldn't be, due to a lack of microscopic detail, there just wasn't enough information on there to either say yes it was, or to say no it was not. So it's right in the center of that could not identify or could not eliminate.
Did you weigh this bullet?
I did.
And how much did it weigh?
This weighed 84.8 grains.
And I believe you said earlier that the bullet, as it was typically marketed by Fiocchi, was 92 grains?
That's right, yes.
Would what you suspected, as you described, those missing petals, would that account for the difference or the variance in the weight?
It could, yes.
One moment, Judge. Nothing further from the state, but I'm sure defense counsel has some questions.
Morning.
Good morning.
You talked some yesterday about the training you've gone through.
Yes.
And as part of your job, you participate in trainings?
Yes, either attending or when I have the chance to actually conduct the training as well.
Okay. But you actually attend trainings ongoing?
I do, yes.
It's not that you were just trained right at the beginning of your career and that was it. You continue on with trainings?
I do, yes.
And that's important to stay on top of things?
It is, yes, to stay on top of what's new in the field, whether that's research or new products, and also it contributes to me maintaining my certification in the area of firearms identification.
Sure. You want to be certified?
Yes.
And there's mandatory hours of continuing education to, as you said, maintain your certification.
There is, yes.
Okay. One of the trainings you have taken was on, or entitled, Managing Cognitive Bias in Forensic Examination.
Yes.
And that training was about how essentially having information about a case can influence someone doing examinations.
It is, yes, it is about that.
And that bias can be unconscious.
Yes.
It's not something someone is meaning to do or aware they're doing.
Right, that's unconscious information that, or unconscious leanings, I suppose, that based on the information that they may or may not have about a particular case.
Okay. And so when a forensic examiner is given information about a case, it can influence then what their end results are, potentially, sometimes.
Potentially. The lab does take precautions to minimize that potential for bias by not providing, as an examiner, we don't get a lot of the information about the nature of the case. A lot of the times it's just the evidence, here's what you need to examine, and go ahead and examine it.
Right, and it's important not to get a lot of that other information about the case.
It is, yes.
I believe yesterday you said that you were in a certain, can't remember the exact term, division or section of the lab. What section of the lab are you in?
The pattern evidence unit.
Okay, and that pattern evidence unit also includes fingerprints?
It does, yes.
So you're in the same section of the lab as fingerprints?
Yes.
Although you don't personally do fingerprints?
That's right. No, I'm not trained in fingerprint examination.
Sure. And going back to that managing cognitive bias in forensic examination training that you had. That training spent a lot of time talking about fingerprints, right?
It did, yes.
It talked about a study where fingerprint examiners were given the same information on 2 separate occasions. Do you recall that?
Vaguely, yes. The training class was from a couple years ago, so I don't recall exactly what, but I do believe it did talk about bias in fingerprint examination.
Okay. And one of the ways they found there was bias is they would look at an individual examiner. So let's pretend I'm a fingerprint examiner. I would be given 2 fingerprints to compare, and it would be noted whether I thought they were a match or not a match or inconclusive. And then some period of time, a few weeks or a month later, I'd be given those, without being told, I was given those same 2 photographs, or same 2 fingerprints, and also given information about the case, and they found that often, certainly not always, but often, led to a different conclusion from that individual examiner. Do you recall that being part of that training?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And that wasn't done with just one individual. I mean, I just made myself an example, but that was done with multiple individuals.
I believe it was, yes. The participants in the research.
Thank you. Multiple participants in the research. And when those participants were given information about a case, it sometimes affected their conclusions.
The study seemed to suggest that, yes.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about your background. You said you've been doing bullet comparisons since 2004, I believe?
Well, 2004 was when I began working with Miami-Dade Police Department, and that's when I began my training.
Okay.
The training is 2 years long, a little over 2 years, and so I finished training in sometime in 2006.
Okay, so started in 2004, did 2 years of training. And from 2006 to the present, you've been doing bullet comparisons, among other things.
Right, bullet comparisons, cartridge cases, examining firearms, and all of the other
Sure.
type of testing that a forensic examiner would do.
Sure, I'm not saying only bullet comparisons, but since 2006, you have been doing bullet comparisons.
Yes.
So you've been doing those for 17 years?
Yes.
And you worked on, I know you said you didn't have an exact number, but you thought probably thousands of cases?
I believe so, yes. Or thousands of comparisons and probably several hundreds, probably in the thousands of cases as well over the last 17 years.
Yeah, sure. 17 years, that's a long time. So probably thousands of cases, and some cases can involve multiple comparisons.
Yes, they can.
So potentially many thousands of comparisons that you've done over the years.
Yes.
And again, I understand you don't have an exact number. I'm not trying to get that from you. One of the things you look for in this case, you examined JG03.
Yes, I did, the bullet.
And that was the bullet.
Yes.
So I want to ask you some questions about that bullet and
Sure.
when you examined the bullet. You examined it first to see if it was suitable for comparison,
Yes, I did.
and you found that it was suitable for comparison.
I did, yes.
You examined it to see if it was suitable for identification.
Again, I'm just going to consult my notes.
Sure.
Yes, I did.
And you found that it was suitable for identification.
At the time before I moved to the microscopic examination, it seemed that just based on my examination of it just with my eyes without any type of magnification, that it did at that moment seem to be the potential to be identified.
Okay. So in your initial examination, you found it suitable for comparison and suitable for identification.
Yes.
So you then went about seeing if you could identify it.
Correct. I did the comparison between that bullet and the test fires.
Okay. And you were not able to match that bullet to the gun.
That's correct.
Your comparison, as you said, ended up being inconclusive.
That's right, yes.
And meaning it would be possible that that bullet was fired from a different gun.
Another 9mm firearm that possesses the same type of rifling characteristics, those spiral grooves. Because I couldn't identify it to this particular gun, any other firearm that does have those same class characteristics certainly could be a potential to examine it against.
Sure. And we'll talk about that in a moment. I want to ask you about another part of the process at the lab. As I believe I don't think you actually said this yesterday, but you've testified about it in a deposition. There are two people specifically in the firearms section in the lab?
Yes, there are.
Okay. So it's you and the supervisor?
Correct.
And as part of the process in the lab, all your work is checked?
In many different ways, yes.
Okay. And specifically, your work is checked by your supervisor? In certain ways, at least?
Yes, it is.
Okay. He actually does his own analysis on it, or his own comparisons on an item that you've done?
If some of my results, or if my results result in an identification, meaning X was fired in Y, or these two items were fired in the same firearm, that identification gets verified by a second examiner.
Okay. And that second examiner does their own independent analysis?
That's right, yes.
Is that also true on this bullet, where it was inconclusive?
With the way that the procedures are described in the or set up in the laboratory, is that the identifications do get verified by a second examiner, and I can also randomly provide the person that's doing the verification with inconclusives or exclusions as well. That's we do it randomly to sort of eliminate that bias that we talked about earlier.
Okay, sure.
So in this case, he was given the cartridge case and the test-fired cartridge cases to do a comparison, but because I did not reach a conclusion of identification or elimination, I did not give that for review.
Okay, so the bullet was only looked at by you?
Correct.
You talked about class characteristics.
Yes.
And one of those class characteristics is the rifling.
Correct.
And in this case, it was, what was the rifling in this case?
Do you mean on the firearm or on the bullet?
On the bullet.
On the bullet, it had 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist, and another facet of the rifling is called polygonal, and that's talking about the way that the rifling was put on the gun barrel by the manufacturer. So there's traditional cut rifling, or there's this other type called polygonal.
Okay, and in this case, it was polygonal rifling.
That's correct, yes.
And all Glock 9mm have polygonal rifling?
The ones that come from the factory, yes, they do.
Okay. Assuming it hasn't been modified in some way, it comes from the factory with polygonal rifling?
Correct.
All Glocks, 9mm, excuse me.
As far as I know, yes.
Another characteristic you mentioned was the bullet having 6 lands and grooves?
Correct, yes.
And Glock makes different models of 9mm, I believe you testified about yesterday?
They do, yes. They have a number of different models within the 9mm group.
Do you know how many?
I don't off the top of my head. 5 or 6 or 4 or 5, I don't recall exactly.
Somewhere in that ballpark.
Yes.
And all of those models use 6 lands and grooves.
I don't recall if all of them do. Generally what I've seen in my experience is that the 9mm pistols by Glock do have polygonal rifling with 6 lands and grooves. I believe there's only one other caliber where it might have a different number.
Okay. And you don't recall ever seeing a Glock that didn't have a Glock 9mm that didn't have 6 lands and grooves?
Not that I can recall, no.
You've tested a lot of Glocks over the years.
I have, yes.
So as far as you know, all those different Glocks 9mm have both polygonal rifling and 6 lands and grooves.
Yes.
And do you know how many Glock 9mm have been manufactured?
No, I don't.
Fair to say it's a lot.
Yes, it would be.
Do you know how many Glock 9mm have been sold in the United States?
No, I don't.
Fair to say it's a large number?
I believe it would be a large number, yes.
Other manufacturers also make 9mm guns,
Yes, they do.
and other manufacturers also make 9mm guns with polygonal rifling.
Yes, they do.
Other manufacturers also make 9mm guns with 6 lands and grooves.
Yes.
Multiple other manufacturers. We're not just talking one other manufacturer. I mean, there are many.
6 lands and grooves is a pretty common rifling combination that many manufacturers use, yes.
A lot of 9mm, 6 lands and grooves.
I think that would be fair to say. There are a number of makes that use that type of rifling.
So multiple Glocks use that, and multiple other manufacturers use that.
That's correct.
Potentially millions of guns out there that have those class characteristics.
I believe so, yes.
Now, I believe you testified when you received the gun, one of the first things, if not the first thing, was to make sure it was safe. That you did with it, I'm sorry. One of the first things you did was make sure it was safe.
Yes.
And that involved making sure it didn't have any ammunition in it at that time.
Correct.
It did not have a magazine in it when you received it.
I'm just going to refer again to that photo. No, it did not.
Okay.
And I believe the magazine was packaged separately from the gun.
Okay. Magazine had a 15-round capacity.
Yes, it did.
And you talked about some of the features of the Glock yesterday, and you talked about what happens when a bullet is fired. One thing that happens is the casing is ejected.
Yes, when it's fired, the empty casing is extracted and ejected.
Okay. And that is ejected out of the, well, can you actually show? Showing you, I remember this is States 111. Could you actually pick that up and show the jury where that casing would be ejected from that gun?
Sure. Yes, sir. Okay. And again, nothing's changed with this. All of the gun locks are still in place, and I'm going to keep it pointed down. So on the top of this part, this long part here on the top of the gun is called the slide. And there's a window in here that's called the ejection port. So when this gun is fired, this slide is coming rearward, and all this is happening super fast, but that slide comes rearward and it's extracting and ejecting that fired cartridge case. The window that it comes out of is on the right side of the firearm.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. You said that all happens super fast. I mean, when the bullet is fired, that casing is ejected essentially immediately.
Yes.
You talked about how bullets contain gunpowder.
Live cartridges contain
Yes,
gunpowder
I'm
inside
sorry.
the casing, yes.
And you talked a little bit about that gunpowder, kind of following the trajectory of the bullet. Some of it could also go other places.
What comes out of the barrel besides the bullet is a puff of vaporized lead and smoke and soot, and it comes out in a little cloud and typically about 6 feet or so beyond the end of the firearm.
As you said, comes out in a little cloud. And if there was something in front of the barrel of the gun, that could impact where that cloud goes?
It is, yes, or it does rather.
And if the gun were fired in a small enclosed space, that could impact where that cloud goes?
I believe it could, yes.
Examined. It was brought to you at the state. Well, it was brought to the state lab.
To the state police lab, yes.
Sure. You don't know where that gun was kept prior to it coming into police custody.
That's right, I don't know.
When you examined that gun, you were not able to tell when it was last fired.
No, I was not able to.
And when you examined that bullet, you were not able to, JG03, you were not able to tell if that bullet was fired from that gun.
Correct. It could have been based on individual microscopic details to say that it was or that it was not.
May I have a moment?
Yes, you may.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Nothing further from the state.
All right. Story, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just want to see your
No objection.
She has to go back to work, right?
I do.
Thank you.
The state's intention is to call as the next witness Ms. Rachel Martinez from the State Police Forensic Laboratory. It's going to be a lengthy examination. I don't know if you want to break before that or if you want to get started.
All right. Well, okay. We've got a little over an hour. I guess we'll take a break now, so you can set up for the next witness, and then we'll resume in 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do any independent research. And I'll see you back here in 15 minutes. I'll rise for the jury.
The testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spelling both your first and last name for the record?
It's Rachel Martinez, Rachel, last name Martinez.
Thank you. And Ms. Martinez, where are you currently employed?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police Department, Department of Safety State Police Forensic Lab up in Concord.
And can everybody hear Ms. Martinez okay? And I apologize, if you can't hear me for some reason, please just tell me to speak up and I'll be glad to do it. What's your title there at New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
I'm a criminalist too.
How long have you been working with them?
I started with the lab in May of 2016, so 7 years now.
Have you always been a criminalist too?
No, I started as a criminalist 1. I was promoted to criminalist 2 in August of 2019.
As both a criminalist 1 and a criminalist 2, this jury's heard a little bit of evidence with regards to different units at the lab. What's the unit that your work has been in?
I've been with the Pattern Evidence Unit for my entire career at the lab.
Okay. In the Pattern Evidence Unit, what are your duties in the unit?
We examine physical evidence for impression evidence. We'll document any impressions that we find, and then later we'll do comparisons of those impressions to knowns to determine different levels of association.
And in making those comparisons of different patterns to knowns, are there certain areas that you specialize in?
Yes, I'm qualified by the lab to do latent print examinations as well as footwear and tire track examinations.
And you say you qualified in doing that work for the lab in latent print impersonations. Not impersonations, impressions. What sort of training have you had? What kind of education have you had to be able to do that?
To start with the lab, you have to have an educational background where you have a bachelor's degree, which I do. I earned my bachelor's degree in biology from College of the Holy Cross in Worcester, Mass. I got that in 2010. After that, I moved on and got my master's degree in biomedical forensic science, which I earned in 2015 from the Boston University School of Medicine.
And you said you got your master's in science. What was your major in?
I was biomedical forensic science.
Biomedical forensic, okay. What about specifically fingerprint or latent print identification? What sort of training, experience, or education do you have in that particular field?
When I started at the lab, I started what we call a resident latent print training program. And it was approximately 16-month training program that I had to complete before I was qualified to work.
Does part of that training program cover something called friction ridge detail?
Yes, it does.
And could you just kind of generally go through how long that program is?
Yes, so it was a 16-month training program, and I started off by studying under the 5 examiners that were already in the lab. I would shadow their casework, and then I began doing my own supervised casework. During that time, I was also reading numerous journal articles and textbooks, and I was given a series of written examinations and practical examinations that I had to take and pass all of those. I also attended outside conferences, educational conferences, and took outside classes with independent agencies. At the end of that program, at the end of the 16 months, I was given a final competency examination, which had 2 written portions and a practical portion, which I had to take and pass before I was able to perform my own independent casework.
And do you have a certification in the field of latent print examination?
I do. I'm certified with the International Association for Identification.
Okay. International Association for Identification. That, what are their certifications in? Is it just latent details or other things that you're certified in?
They have many different certification programs, so I hold one in the latent print certification.
And with regards to get that certification from that organization, is that separate from the work that you had to do to be certified just inside the lab?
Yes, so to be eligible to apply for certification, you've had to work in the field for 2 years as a latent print examiner. Once you've met that minimum time requirement, you have to prove that you've earned at least 160 IAI, which is the acronym for International Association for Identification. So 160 IAI certified training hours. Then you have to prove that you've taken all of those. You need 2 recommendations or letters of recommendation from examiners in the field, as well as 2 professional references. Once you've met the requirements for the application, they'll send you an examination. It's a proctored examination that has to be proctored by an examiner with the IAI outside of your agency, so I had to travel to take it. And it was about an 8-hour examination with a written portion and, again, a practical comparison portion. 50 cases, and I've done tens of thousands of comparisons in that time.
550 cases, tens of thousands of comparisons.
Yes, we do comparisons outside of our casework as well.
Is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory accredited?
We are. We have an accreditation with the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board, or we call it ANAB for short.
What does that mean for a lab to be accredited? What kind of, I guess, what does it mean? How would you define it?
So to have an accreditation, you have to adhere to a set of standards that is dictated by an outside agency. So ANAB is our accrediting body, and they have a set of standards that we have to follow. And to ensure that we are following those standards, they audit our lab periodically throughout the accreditation cycle.
And how often does that cycle come up?
It's every 4 years.
And when is that cycle coming up again for you?
We just had our last accreditation in the fall, so it'll be about 4 years from now.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint and or palm print identification in a New Hampshire court
I have.
before? How many times?
3.
3. Your Honor, at this time, we've asked that Criminalist Martinez be qualified as an expert in the field of fingerprint and palm print identification.
Without objection. Okay, she's so qualified. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez, before moving on to the work that you did in this case, I'd like to see if you could explain for us a little bit about the science that goes into your analysis and how you do what you do when it comes down to latent print identification. Could you start with just kind of explain? We've seen different things on TV and movies, but what is a fingerprint to you?
So a fingerprint, or a latent impression, which is a more broad term, is just the chance reproduction of the patterns that are present within the friction-ridged skin. And those patterns are reproduced by chance when you come in contact with the surface.
What are some of kind of the basic fundamentals of the science behind fingerprint and palm print identification?
So as I just mentioned, there's friction-ridged skin that covers the palmar surface of your hand, so starting from your fingers all the way down to your palm. And this skin actually also covers the bottoms of your feet, so you have toe impressions, which people are less aware of. And that goes from your toes all the way to your heels. And this skin is made up of a series of raised ridges and then depressed furrows. And the ridges is what comes in contact with the surface and leaves an impression. These ridges start forming at about 10.5 weeks of embryonic development when the fetus is developing in the womb. And they continue developing until about 24 weeks of embryonic development. And during that time, any stressors that are put on the skin is going to dictate where the fine details that make up the friction-ridged skin land. So it's very hard to recreate that. It's very random, and that lends uniqueness to the individual skin. And that's one of the foundational premises that makes it a great tool for identification. These ridges also persist throughout the life of the individual. So once they're set at about 24 weeks of embryonic development, they stay unchanged unless there's a scar, some sort of injury, throughout the life of the individual. So they persist through the life of the individual, and that's another reason they're a great tool for record keeping or for identification purposes.
So like you said, absent a scar, these ridge details, I think, if I'm getting this correctly, that is set on my hand at 24 weeks of embryonic development.
That's correct.
Wow. Different terms that you've used in your examinations. I believe one of the terms that we're going to talk about today is something called persistent. What does that mean to you in your field?
So what persistence means is that the friction ridges are going to be unchanged in their relative location to one another, but if you can imagine, the fetus at 24 weeks is very small, so they're not going to be completely unchanged because they are going to grow in size, the ridges themselves, but they do persist in their shapes and their locations throughout the life of the individual.
One of the other terms I think we'll talk about today is something called uniqueness. Can you kind of explain what that term means to you for the jury?
Yes, so uniqueness is what makes the friction-ridged skin able to be compared back to a known individual. So as I mentioned, during that development, any sort of stressors that affect the skin or affect the surface tension of the skin as it's developing is going to dictate where those details end up falling. And because that can't be recreated even between twins who are in the same environment as they're developing, their friction ridge skin is very different. It ends up being a unique set of features for each individual. So that's why we can use it to compare.
So even between twins.
Yes.
It's my understanding that you've provided a bunch of demonstrative slides to kind of explain some of the other key details. What I'd like to do is I'd like to draw your attention to the monitor now and go through some of those. So first, friction ridge skin. What exactly is that? If I turn it on.
So what you see here on the screen is a magnified image, essentially, of friction ridge skin. And you can see the lighter parts of the skin are the ridges, and the darker parts would be the furrows, that area that doesn't reach the tip of the skin. So the friction ridge skin flows across the fingers and across the palms and feet, and it will recurve and create different patterns. Most people are familiar with fingerprints being just the patterns that are on the tip of your fingers, but there's actually patterns throughout your palm and on your feet as well. And these ridges, as they start flowing and making those shapes, are going to have breaks, and they're going to stop at certain areas, and those are the details that we're looking at when we're doing our comparisons.
So it's not just on the tips, but literally down through the entire palm, anywhere where I've had this
Yeah,
friction
right
ridge?
from the tip all the way down to about where your wrist starts.
Okay. And what is a latent impression?
So the word latent actually stands for hidden. So most latent impressions require some sort of enhancement, either through chemical or physical processes, or sometimes just visual techniques with lighting can render them visible. But in the field of latent print examination, we have adopted the term latent to just mean a crime scene impression or a questioned impression. It doesn't always mean that it's hidden, because sometimes we will develop them and then we continue calling them latents even though we can still see them, or we can see them now. So that is what a latent impression is.
How do they often get kind of deposited onto something, onto an object?
So to leave a latent impression, you'd have to have some sort of residue on your hands. So the friction ridge skin that I was just speaking about is actually, it has sweat pores along every single ridge. And those sweat glands secrete sweat, which has amino acids and some other components in it. And then most people do touch themselves and end up getting contamination of oils on their hands. So that's what we call the latent print residue that most latent impressions are made up of. It's cellular material, sweat, and oils. And so when that coats your hands and you leave an impression, it's going to represent the ridges, not the furrows. So you'll see ridge detail is what we call it, that is made up into an impression on a surface.
Separate from latent impressions, I'd like to have you explain just a little bit the term a known impression or print. What is that?
So a known impression is when we take the impressions of a known individual. We call them known because we know who is depositing that print, and they're taken for record-keeping purposes. They're also used, we use the knowns in forensic comparisons. But the purpose of a known is to capture as much of the ridge detail as possible in as clearly as possible as you can. This is most often done by nowadays using digital fingerprinting technology, but it used to be done by, and still sometimes is done by putting the black ink on the hand and then rolling onto white cardstock.
So that kind of like classic TV. Somebody gets their hand put in ink and then that gets put onto a card.
Yes.
Is that similar to what we're looking here on the left-hand side of this particular demonstrative aid?
Yeah, so this would be a standard 10-print card, and that's what's usually submitted for our comparisons, and it captures just the tipmost part of your finger where the patterns are, and then it rolls to the side so you can get more of that rich detail.
So it seems like on television you see the minute somebody touches something, oh, their fingerprint would definitely be on there. Does touching an object always leave a fingerprint behind?
No, it does not.
Okay. What determines whether a fingerprint may or may not get left behind? What are the different factors that go into that?
There's many different factors that go into it, a couple of which would be if your hands were recently washed and they were dried and you didn't have any of that residue, you might not leave an impression. It could be due to the surface, if the surface is very textured or if it is very forgiving. It might not retain the residue, even if you were able to leave one. There's oftentimes someone might be wearing gloves, so if they've touched an item, they wouldn't leave an impression. Or it could be washed away after. There's many different factors that go into why you wouldn't leave an impression.
Can one of those factors also potentially be the pressure with which somebody touched an object?
Yeah, so if you put too much pressure, if you can imagine really plump ridges that get pushed flat, all of that fingerprint residue is not going to have anywhere else to go, so it's going to flatten, and you won't have that contrast between the ridges and the furrows anymore, and then we wouldn't be able to visualize the details. So there might be a finger mark or a smudge, but with too much pressure, we can't really call it a latent impression if there's no detail in it.
How long do fingerprints last on an object?
They can persist, depending on the situation, for many, many years after the item was touched. They can also be degraded or obliterated soon after, so it depends on the situation.
How do you generally go ahead and analyze a fingerprint impression once it comes to you at the lab?
So when an impression comes in, we would photograph it, and we examine everything on screen now. So I would pull it up on my screen, and we go and look for those details, not the overall patterns, but the details themselves of the ridges. And we would see if there was enough detail there that we believe we could move on to the comparison phase.
And are you being given, to make these comparisons, are you being given just like this, what we see on the screen here on the demonstrative, just a copy of print sometimes, or are you being given physical items sometimes? What are the different forms of prints in terms of how you develop them and how you look at them?
It depends on the case. There are sometimes we get physical items that come in, and I will process them with our different methods of processing items to develop impressions. There are other times where the submitting agency has already processed an item and they send us images, or they could send us lifts. So a lift would be when there was an adhesive on a clear sheet, or it could have a different color backing, that was placed onto the item, and the adhesive actually removes the latent, and then you can save it and submit that. So we would just get a lift of an impression, not a physical item.
Once you've got something like an identified print, how do you go about making a comparison? And I guess before I even ask that, do you have a certain acronym that you sometimes use for that process about how to make a comparison?
Yeah, so the methodology that we follow would be, the acronym is ACE, which stands for Analysis, Comparison, and then Evaluation. And I've talked a little bit about my analysis, so we always do that first. We'll see what detail is present, where it's present in the latent. And then once we have documented that, we will pull up the known and do a side-by-side comparison. So it has the latent on one side, and then we'll have the known on the other side, and we search what we had already seen in the latent to see if it is present or absent from the known, so we can make an association or a dissociation.
When we go to the next slide of the demonstrative, is what we're looking at here, this kind of ACE. The slide is titled Methodology. Is that how you would refer to this process?
Yeah, it's a broad methodology, excuse me, that we follow.
Can you then kind of take us through the latent print identification process? So if we're sitting there with you in the lab, and we've got the two different prints that we're looking at, or maybe even just one print, can you go ahead and kind of take us through the different levels of detail that you're looking for? We'll go to the next slide, the demonstrative.
Excuse me. So I spoke a little bit about the patterns that you would see on your fingertips that most people are familiar with, and that is what we would call level 1. So it's the most zoomed out level of detail. You can see where the ridges are flowing, how they're curving, what shapes the ridges themselves are making. And that would be the outermost, or the highest level of detail, level 1. We can use these for, they used to be used for classification purposes, but we use this more now for orientation and searching when we're looking at a latent impression. We don't always know which way it's oriented, but if we can see some of that level 1, it helps us do the searching.
If I can direct your attention to the next slide of the demonstrative, can you kind of show us what we're talking about here when we talk about some of that kind of gross detail work?
Yeah, so level 1, if you see on the slide, it says ridge path flow. So these are the patterns I was talking about that most people are familiar with on the tips of your fingers. And they can be broadly categorized into 3 different categories. Most people have either an arch, which is when the ridges flow from one side to the other and uninterrupted, and that's what you see on the left. They mostly come one side and then exit the other. In the middle there, you'll see that there's what we call a looping formation. So in a looping formation, the ridges will come in from one side, they will recurve, and then exit on the same side.
You have a mouse in front of you. You should be able to control the dot on the screen. Can you kind of
yes.
show us what we're talking about?
Okay, yes. So for the arch, what I was explaining was the ridges start over here, they go up a little, and then end on the same side. That would be considered, the level 1 detail would be considered an arch. And on the loop here in the middle, the ridges come in from one side, they go up, and then they recurve here, and that's called the pattern area, and then they would leave out the same side. So that's what we would classify as a loop. And then finally we have what is called a whirl, and that's when you have a more concentric circle or even a spiral pattern. Those would all be classified as whirls.
And again, all of these are being set by 24 weeks of embryonic development.
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to go on to our next slide here. We'll talk a little bit about ridge flow. Can you make identification at this level? And if you cannot, please tell us why.
So no, we cannot make an identification based on level 1 alone, because like I said, there's 3 basic categories that most fingerprints fall into, and some of them will look similar. It's the next level of detail, the smaller, more magnified details that we're looking at when we want to make an identification. So we can exclude from this level, but we can't make an identification.
You said there's the next level of detail, so the second level. Can you kind of explain to us what that is? Separate, now that we've looked through the basics of ridge flow here, what's that next level of detail you're looking for?
So level 2 detail is the actual path of each individual ridge itself. So now we're looking at each ridge at a time. As they're going and making those patterns, some of them are going to end, some of them will split and bifurcate, some of them might only be as short as they are long, and we call those dots. So these are the details that we are looking for when we're making identifications or exclusions, not just the overall pattern.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the next slide in the demonstrative. You talk about these bifurcations, the ridge endings, and the dots that you're looking at. Can you kind of show us a little bit on the next slide where those are?
Yes, so if you look on the right of this image, you can see that's the friction ridge skin. And you can see the ridges are the black and the furrows would be the white. And we have magnified on the left examples of the bifurcations, the ridge ending, and then the dot. And just like our alphabet has 26 letters and we can make up many, many different words with all of those letters, even sentences, we use these 3 main details to come up with different formations. So at times there's 2 bifurcations that are facing each other, and that might be an enclosure. There's many different formations that are created with these three levels of detail. And those are the groupings and the features that they create are what we're looking at when we do our comparisons.
In green up here, we've just highlighted an area. Is that the bifurcation you're talking about as being one of these indicators?
Yes, that would be a bifurcation where one ridge splits into 2.
And again, how about for ridge ending? I imagine that's the opposite.
Yes, that's where a ridge just abruptly ends.
And the dots at the bottom, are these again these same just kind of this friction ridge of coming up and down within the skin, or is there something about something being in the middle of that dot, or the pores being in the middle of that dot? Where do these dots come from?
So dots are just ridges that weren't as long as the other ridges. So as the ridges are forming, sometimes there's not enough space. They don't leave empty space. So if 2 ridges are coming together and there's empty space, a dot might form in there because it needs to have something there.
Do you have a third level of detail that you look at beyond this?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'm going to go to the next slide. And talk to us a little bit about this third level of detail. Is it fair to say this is like the deepest level of detail you get into?
Yes, this is as far as it goes.
Okay.
So level 3 is even more magnified than level 2. So what you're looking at here is a really close-up image of friction ridge skin. And the black is the ridge, and the white dots are actually those pores that I was talking about.
Can you use your pointer, please, to show us the dots?
So here's the... Oops.
Yeah.
Kind of jumpy. Here are the ridges, and you'll notice that these are the pores, these white, they're not all circular, they're different shapes. So level 3 detail would be the actual differences in the size and shape and locations of the pores. They don't run uniformly along the middle of the ridges. Sometimes they're off to the side and they'll look like a little scalloped indent here, or sometimes they can be smaller. Level 3 also includes the shape of the ridge itself. So we actually look at the individual shapes of the ridges. So this here, you can see this is a bifurcation, but the ridge is really thick down here, and then it gets really thin down here. So that's one more detail that we were looking at, because not every bifurcation is going to have this thickness and then thinness in the same locations. And then there's also, if you look at the edge over here, sometimes there's little spurs that come off of the ridges. So those are all details that we're looking for when we're doing our comparisons.
When you were at that level 1 and level 2 levels of detail, so the first two, before we get here to level 3, can you make an identification of an individual, a latent print belonging to a particular individual?
Yes, we can make identifications using the level 2 detail.
And I imagine the same thing goes for an exclusion, to say that this is clear, this print that was clearly not left by this individual.
That's correct.
And what about level 3 detail? We get to this most deep level. Do you have to get to this level all the time? Do you need to sometimes to make an identification?
It's usually present in some form or another, but we don't need it to make our identifications. The level 2 would be enough. It's just extra that we take into account when we're doing our comparisons. The pores aren't always visible. If there's a lot of pressure, whatever matrix is on the finger, it could fill in the pores, so we might not see them. But the shapes and the thicknesses of the ridges tend to be visible.
Can an identification be made in all cases?
We don't make IDs or identifications in all cases. No.
And what does it mean if you can't, if you get, for example, an item, a physical item, what does it mean if you can't find a fingerprint on that item?
We don't draw any conclusions in that situation because there's too many variables that could have gone into not leaving an impression, so we don't draw any conclusions on that.
And if a fingerprint, the ridge detail, level 1, level 2, or level 3, if we don't see that on a particular item, does that mean that the item was never touched?
No, it does not.
Speaking generally about the variables that can cause a fingerprint to leave friction ridge detail or have it not be found, and I think you're meaning, I'm kind of asking about, again, some of those other factors that can happen. We talked about what can happen with a person's skin, whether how hard they can press or whether they wash their hands. I mentioned the same thing would be if a person's hands were wet. Is that right? There's a lot of water content on it or other liquid.
Yeah, if there's too much matrix, it can cause pooling, which would then obliterate the contrast between the ridges and the furrows, so we wouldn't be able to use that impression potentially.
And just clarify, when you say matrix, what do you mean?
The matrix is whatever is covering the hand. So there's latent print residue, which I talked about, but it could also be paint, oil that you've touched. If you've gone and you were eating a lot of greasy food, you might have a lot of extra oil on your hands, or it could be blood. There could be many different contaminants on the hand that you can leave a fingerprint in.
What about the item itself? Are there certain things about a substance, an item, texture, whatever it may be, that make it more or less likely to be able to record or hold on to those oils so you can make an identification?
Yes, if there's a very high texture to the surface, if you imagine the ridges trying to be put down on like a comb or something where there's gaps in it, the ridge detail isn't going to lay flat and it might not leave a usable impression. So areas where there's a high texture, we generally don't expect to find too many usable impressions.
When you say areas of high texture, can you give us an example of what do you mean?
So oftentimes on a gun, the grips tend to be textured so you can hold on to it tighter. So that actually hinders that area of leaving friction ridge detail because it's not a flat surface. There's too much texture to it.
So, for example, here I've got some probably waxed and treated wood that's on the top. In that comparison to the carpet that we have in this room, would one of those be a better substance or at least a better chance of being able to hold on to the ridge detail than the other?
Yes, the flat hard surface would be a better substrate or better surface for retaining residue. I don't think you would be able to leave a fingerprint impression routinely on a carpet.
Okay.
It's too giving.
What do you mean by too giving?
It's fabric, so it would move as you're touching it. So anytime there's movement or something under the finger as it's coming into contact, it would it would diminish your chances for leaving an impression.
I'm just looking at the carpet now, assuming that we didn't have any sort of matrix here, no sort of ink or dirt or blood or anything else like that. Have you ever been asked to see whether there was an impression left on a piece of carpet?
Not for fingerprints, no.
Thank you. Did you conduct a latent print examination in this matter, the State versus Brandon Castiglione?
I did.
Okay. And what did you process?
I
What
processed.
physical items, I should say.
So what was that?
I'm sorry. What physical items did you process?
I processed Exhibit JGO1, which was a pistol, and Exhibit JGO2, which was a cartridge case.
And approach. I'll show you what's been marked JGO1. Excuse me. State's Exhibit 111. Do you recognize not only the labels on this box, but also the item inside?
I do.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the box.
Okay. So is this JGO1 the firearm that you examined?
It is.
And separate from that, you said your initials are right on the box?
Yeah, they're right here.
Right there? Okay. And separate from that, go ahead and show State's Exhibit 112. So I'm going to actually have you go ahead and take that out, or I'm going to put it gently there. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And what do you recognize it to be?
A cartridge case.
And is that the cartridge case that you examined in this case?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know?
Because my initials are here, so I sealed the evidence up.
Now, when you go through and make your comparisons, make your examinations of these items, do you generate any photographs or diagrams that you produce in order to not have these items sitting in front of you the entire time you're doing the comparison?
Yes, so we photograph everything and turn it essentially digital so we can work with it on a computer screen, and that way we can magnify it and see those smaller details. So anything that I found on the exhibits would have been photographed and stored digitally.
I'd like to get the casing and just address that with a very simple question. With that particular item that you saw in JGO2, the casing that you compared to, was there any result of your examination? Were any identifiable or latent prints that were left on that casing?
No, there were no impressions recovered during that processing.
So that's the casing. Just put it on, please. Thank you. Your Honor, my understanding that there being no objection, the state would ask to have identification stricken on State's Exhibit 51 through 60.
Okay, they're admitted.
Were to view these or no?
No, I don't need to see those. Thank you.
Martinez, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 51 through 61. And I'm just going to talk with you here for just a brief moment, and then we'll probably put them up on the screen so that everybody can see.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 51 here?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That is Exhibit JGO1.
Okay. Did you take this photograph?
I did.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 52. If you recognize that photograph.
Yes, that's exhibit JG01 again.
JG01 again. Did you take this photograph as well?
I did.
All right. And I'm going to have you generally go ahead and flip through on your own State's Exhibit 53 through 61.
Okay.
And you can go ahead and take your time, look through all of them, and then I'll ask you questions at the end. Concerning State's Exhibits 53 through 61, are those images familiar to you?
Yes, they are.
Okay, how are they familiar to you?
It's a mix of images that I took of the exhibits and my my work product, my analysis, and my comparison charts.
So I'd like to be able to put these on the big screen so you kind of take us through how you've made this analysis and what you've looked at. So we talked a bit about the casing a moment ago that you examined JG02. I'd like to switch now to the handgun JG01. Specifically, excuse me, with that, what was the result when you looked at JG01, the firearm? Did you find any spots of impressions that were latent impressions?
Yes, I found and documented 3 different areas of latent impressions.
Okay. And those 3 areas of impressions, how did you label those 3?
I gave them each a unique identifier, so they were L1, L2, and L3.
Which of those, L1, L2, and L3, which of those had sufficient details that you were able to make a comparison to some known set of impressions?
L1 and L3.
Okay. So what was wrong with L2, so to speak?
L2 was a smaller impression with a higher amount of distortion. So when I went through the analysis, it was determined that there wasn't a sufficient amount of detail to move forward into the comparison process.
I'll go ahead and show you images of States Exhibit 51 and 52 that we just looked at a moment ago. These are the photos that you took of this gun during its processing, correct?
That's correct.
I'm zooming in a little bit on 51, States Exhibit 51, and that's the one with the kind of the purple tab. Excuse us for a moment, Your Honor. Excuse me. Zooming in on this part of exhibit number 51, what are we looking at here when we see that kind of like little pink arrow?
So that is the designator to show that what I was photographing in this overall image was latent impression L1, and it's on top of the scale.
It's on top of the what?
Our scale.
Oh, that's the blue object underneath?
So the scale would be the essentially a ruler that we put in images to make sure we can appropriately size them at a different
So
time.
is that the white and the black that we're looking at that's
Yes,
underneath that?
Yes.
Underneath the pink arrow, okay. And then separate from that, I'm going to focus your attention over on the other half of the screen here on 52, States Exhibit 52. The green arrow that we're looking at in the top corner, what's that?
So that arrow is indicating where L3 was documented on the exhibit.
On this particular item that you were looking at, JG01, I see, correct, that there's a cork that's at the very end of the barrel in these photos?
That's correct.
All right. And so L1, the first impression that you found, that's over on what would be if I was holding it the right-hand side?
Yes.
At the top?
That's correct.
And L3 is at the end near the tip.
That's correct.
On the very, very top of the firearm.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I'd like to take a look at these two that you found here and show you blow-ups here, States Exhibit 53 and 54, and kind of take us through what did you do here to look at L1, that one on the left-hand side, the slide of the gun.
So the image L1 that you see on the left was processed with a fluorescent superglue. So when items come into the lab, we'll search for latents, and if we don't find them with visual techniques, we'll move on to a superglue fume. By that I mean we take superglue in a tin and we heat it up, and it creates a fume, and the fume will polymerize or stick to any latent print residue on the image, on the exhibit, and that renders it visible. In our lab, we use a fluorescent superglue, so I can look at the processed exhibit with an alternate light source, so different wavelengths of light, and that will cause the developed impression to fluoresce or glow orange like you see here. So that's what we're seeing on the left.
And so you photographed it after you went ahead and used the super, what's the right word for that technique?
It's a cyanoacrylate fume, but we call it's a superglue is the common term.
All right. So we call it the superglue technique. So you do that, then you put the alternative light source on it, and then that's how you took this photo here?
Yes, it's viewed with the alternate light source and a filter.
And referring to States Exhibit 54 here on the right-hand side of the screen, how did you generate this image?
So that is the same image as the one on the left, but it went through digital processing once I had it on my screen. So we have software that we can use to increase the contrast and turn it black and white to make the ridges more visible and more similar to what I'm going to see in a comparison.
And I'd like to go ahead and show you States Exhibit 55. What is this image and what does this show us?
So this would be my analysis of L1 that I did. So when I pulled up the image, I would rotate it so it was in the proper orientation, and we designate that with the horseshoe that you can see or I hope you can see at the top in blue. So that would indicate this part of the finger. So that's how I can tell which way it was oriented. And then I can't quite see it from here, so I don't know if you can either, but there's I went through and marked all of the details, those bifurcations, ridge endings, and dots that I could see in green and yellow. Yeah, I can see them now.
You can see the green and yellow.
I can.
So those aren't part of the fuming process, the glue process there. Those are dots that you put on?
Yeah, those are dots that I put on to mark what I was seeing so I could document what I was seeing before I move on to my comparison. So those would be the features that I would use to search when I start looking at a known.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 55 up close. Let me ask you, from sitting here looking at that screen compared to looking at this image in front of you, is it easier to see on this image here up close or farther away?
I think it's probably easier to see on this.
Your Honor, if the witness could step down from the stand, then apparently those images are just not popping up very well there. Have her show them to the jury, please.
Can I take a look? No. I don't know. But yeah. Oh, now I see him. Okay. All right. Thank you,
Your Honor. Just want to use if you could step down just for a minute.
Counsel, if you want to move to take a look, yeah.
So,
Actually, Ms. Ortiz, I'm going to have you take a half step on. Hold it the wrong way, okay? I'm going to
hard to
hold
look at
it.
this.
I just want to make sure that all our jurors can see.
okay.
Can you point out what you talk about, the green and yellow and what they represent?
Yeah, so what I was talking about with the horseshoe is this blue, so that would indicate to me what was up on a 10 print card. So we like to have it in the proper orientation when we go into our comparisons. So when I put this horseshoe on, I'm saying this is how it would be oriented, and that is also identifiable, so we put that on the hand. In the green and yellow, I've marked bifurcations, ridge endings, dots, anything that I saw that I was going to use in the comparison. And the yellow is other areas that I saw that there's a little bit more distortion, so it's a little bit, those ones they have a little bit less confidence in them, but the green ones are the ones that I would use going forward.
So I'm seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm seeing you've got green dots all the way down here, kind of near where that logo is, and then all the way up here as well.
That's correct.
So that's some of those levels that we talked about, the level 1, level 2, deep levels of detail that you can see from this when we're examining.
Yeah, so when I look at this, I can see that it is the fingerprint goes here, and there's a big gap in the substrate, so that's why there's nothing recorded here. The gun actually had a missing part. Oh, it's not missing. It was manufactured that way, but the skin didn't have anything to come in contact with, so there's just a gap here. But I can follow the ridges all the way through, and it gets fainter here because there's some sort of distortion, but I can see the level 1 going through it and then coming down here. So I knew it was all one continuous impression, and it was a left silver loop.
Just a little.
Can everybody see the dots that she was talking about? Yeah. Okay. Just checking.
Hold on, I'm seeing a mess in the back.
Yeah.
Martinez, can we walk over here and continue to the same thing? And can you kind of point out where those dots are again? Oops, excuse me.
So here's the horseshoe that I was talking about, and then if you look, there's some green markings here and some green down here and a little bit of yellow off to the sides here. So those are the details I was going to use going into my comparison.
And that section there in the middle, you said it is not a manufacturing defect, but an area where there is no metal.
Exactly.
There's nothing to impact. Wilmington U to States Exhibit 55 again. The stamp at the bottom, could you go ahead and read what that reads?
It's the Glock logo.
Okay. And can you see that same logo here on that side of the weapon?
I can.
Okay. I'm going to have you point out again where it is.
So the Glock logo from the image here is present.
Can everybody see that on this end? All right, let's go up to this end as well. and do that.
This area right here.
Um, 56, which is on the monitors behind us, but I think I'd like to have you stay here and kind of walk us through, based on the levels of detail. We'll do the same thing if we want half. Can you please go ahead and show us what is this particular exhibit showing? Basically, what's demonstrated about?
So we just went over my analysis of L1 on exhibit JG01. So these are the details that I've marked. And this is the comparison that I did to Brandon Castiglione, the number 6, which indicates the left thumb. And you can see that the markings that I had in green on the analysis, I was able to find them in a similar location and an agreement within the impression from his card.
Move down to that inventory so everybody else can see. Without being repetitive, can you say the same thing again, please?
So this
Same
is
question.
the image that I just showed you, JG01 or L1 on JG01. And in the green, I had my markings that I had in my analysis, and then here on the right, you can see the that I was seeing.
Now, before you stated that an identification could be made by just looking at levels L1 and L2 of detail, and then obviously on some you go down to L3. The third level of detail, or level 3 detail. For this comparison, when you were looking at just level 1, or level 1 and level 2, or level 1, 2, and 3?
I was looking at all 3 levels. So as I mentioned, I was able to tell that it was a left sloping loop, so I had enough there to tell that it was a finger and that it was a left sloping loop, so that was the level 1. I had marked up all of my level 2 that I went over in those the green and yellow markings. We don't routinely mark the level 3 because there's just usually so much of it, and it would be tracing every ridge, so it's something that we do visually when we're doing the comparison.
Fair to say that you could make the identification by...
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to look now at the other print that you looked at, level 3. And if we need to, we'll go ahead and I'll get States Exhibit 58 and 59 to have available.
So this one, it was processed with the super glue fume as well, but it didn't show up as well with that process. So we call Ardrox. So that essentially adds a different type of fluorescence to the impression. So I'm looking at it under a different wavelength of light with a different filter, but the premise is the same. The ridge detail is fluorescing, so the lighter green, what you see is the ridges, and the darker in between would be the furrows.
And from that, looking onto the right on States Exhibit 59, what are you doing here to make this photograph?
So we have software that we can use to increase the contrast between the ridges and the furrows and turn it black and white so it's more similar to what we're looking at when we look at the black and white fingerprint cards.
The examination, or the explanation that you had just a moment ago when we talked about the different dots, did you do the same thing, that level of detail examination for L3 as you did for L1?
I did.
Okay. I'd like to show States Exhibit 60. Excuse me. And what is this an image of?
So that would be my analysis of L3.
And with regards to that, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 60 up close. Is it easier to see your yellow and green dots on what I'm holding in my hand, or what's up on the screen again?
Yes, it's clearer to see here.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez, if you don't mind stepping down. Tell our boss about the bigger TV. Could you please go ahead and show us the details that you were able to find here on States Exhibit 60 on L3?
Yeah, so again, we see the blue horseshoes, so that would indicate how I would have it oriented, and I can see the level 1 coming in from this side. You see a recurve here going back out, so I was able to tell that it was going to be a left sloping loop as well. And again, the green and yellow are the details that I marked in the analysis.
And if I could have you come down to this half of the jury. And the same question, please. Could you please point out the details that you were able to identify here on L3?
So the blue here is indicating the horseshoe, which shows which way it is up. So I have it oriented this way, and I can see the level 1 coming in from over here, and then it recurves and comes back down. So I can see that as a left sloping loop. And then I have marked the bifurcations and the ridge endings and dots that we talked about in the green and yellow. So there's some over here and then more down over here.
Can everybody see that all right? And with regards to that examination, did you,
take your seat, please. Sorry.
Were you able to make a comparison of that L3 to a known set of fingerprints?
Yes, I compared L3 to Brandon Castiglione's card.
And were you able to find out whether or not, or whose print that was on L3?
Yes, L3 was also identified as the left thumb of Brandon Castiglione.
So I'm just going to stay with the screen on this one, looking at a comparison of States Exhibit 60 and 61. Is this similar to the comparison you talked us through before on L1 in terms of that level 1, level 2, and level 3 detail?
Yes, it is.
So when you examined the item, JG01, the firearm for fingerprints, I want to make sure I've got this clearly. You found 3 areas of friction-rich detail, and only 2 of those were identifiable prints. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And both of those were determined to be Brandon Castiglione's left thumb.
That's correct.
And those were again on what 2 areas of the gun?
L1 was developed on the right side of the slide near the ejection port, and L3 was developed on the top of the slide more towards the end of the barrel.
So showing you States Exhibit 11. So you said L1 is where? I'm going to come closer to you.
So L1 would be present right here on the slide, and L3...
I don't think the juror can see you behind.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
So L3 would be present right here on this
L3
area.
or L1?
Oh, excuse me, sorry. L1 would be present right here,
Okay.
and L3 would be present in this area.
Everybody see down here?
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Martinez. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Morning.
Good morning.
You talked some about the training you've gone through to do what you do.
Yes.
And you said that you're certified in latent print examination.
That's correct.
And part of maintaining your certification is participating in ongoing trainings
Yes, that's correct.
to stay up to date on things.
That's true.
Always learning new things.
Yes.
You have participated in a training on minimizing bias in forensic decision making.
That's correct.
And that training talked about how having information about a case can bias a forensic examiner.
I believe it was talking somewhat about how it could potentially bias a person. That's correct.
Sure. And that bias can be unconscious,
It could be, yes.
meaning that the person isn't even aware that they have a bias.
That's possible, yes.
They're not aware that they've been influenced by information that they've given.
That's correct.
And that training talked about how that's possible in fingerprint examination.
Yes, and it also talked about how to minimize it.
Okay. So let's talk about that just a little bit. Did it talk about a study where fingerprint examiners were given the same items on 2 different occasions and given different information about it?
I can't recall specifically.
Okay. But you do recall learning about bias or cognitive bias and how it could affect fingerprint examination.
I do, yes.
And you talked about steps to minimize that.
That's correct.
Steps to minimize that would include not having information about what you're going to be looking at.
To some extent.
Okay,
yes.
not being told things about what someone else expects to find on it.
I don't think.
Well,
I
let
understand.
me rephrase that. I'm sorry, that was a bad question. For example, if you're looking to compare fingerprints, it could potentially bias a person if they know they're looking to find a match versus looking to exclude someone as a fingerprint.
We routinely have people listed that they've asked us to compare to. I've had times when I have found that person, times when I haven't found that person, so it doesn't really play
But
that.
my question is, in the training you went to about minimizing bias, one of the things to minimize a bias is to not know whether you're looking to confirm a person or exclude a person. Is that accurate?
I don't believe that's what we talked about in that
Okay.
class.
You did cover that learning information about a case can have an unconscious bias on a person's examination.
I don't recall that being the premise of the class.
I'm asking if it was covered in that course.
Yes, it
Okay.
likely was covered.
Thank you. Now, in this case, you wrote 2 reports ultimately, correct?
That's correct.
One was dated May 19th of 2020.
That sounds about correct. I'd have to check exact date.
And the other was, if I said the other was written May 21st of 2020, have any reason to doubt that?
I know the work was done in May 2020, so that sounds
Okay.
close.
So just a couple days apart in May of 2020. And those were the days when you checked to see if the gun had any fingerprints on it.
Well, the work would have been done before the reports were issued.
Sure. Were the reports written on the same day that you conducted the work, or would they have been written a day or two after?
They would have been written after their summary of the completion of the
Okay.
work.
But within days of doing the work?
Yes,
So that work was done in May.
that's correct.
And so in May, you initially checked to see if the gun had any fingerprints on it.
That's correct.
And then after you found initially, I think, 3 prints, you said?
That's correct.
L1, L2, and L3.
That's correct.
And then you compared those prints to Brandon Castiglione's prints.
That's correct.
And prior to doing that, you had been in touch with Trooper Stephen Sloper. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Prior to testing anything, you had been told that Brandon Castiglione was a suspect in this case.
Yes, that's correct.
And you had been told that all the way back in November of 2019 in an email.
Yes, that's correct.
There was something else that was brought up in that email with Trooper Stephen Sloper back in November of 2019, and that was the possibility of testing for touch DNA. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you explained to him, to the trooper, that with the textured grips, it would be unlikely to find fingerprints on the grips.
Yes, that's true.
And it would be unlikely to find fingerprints on the trigger.
I don't believe we mentioned any of that.
Okay. But you would agree it would be unlikely to find a useful fingerprint on the trigger.
It depends on what the trigger looks like. I can't recall whether it was textured or not, but
Well, let me ask it this way. You ultimately did not test the trigger for fingerprints.
I believe it was swabbed for touch DNA.
Yes, it was. So we'll get to that. And that was swabbing it for touch DNA would eliminate any fingerprints that could be there, or potentially could.
That's correct. If you're going to take a swab and rub, all of that residue is going to be picked up onto the swab, so it would obliterate any chance for an impression.
Okay. You talked to Sergeant Sloper multiple times.
We spoke on the phone and emailed a couple of times, yes.
Okay. Handful of emails at least.
I can't recall how many exactly we had.
you emailed him on April 17th of 2020?
I can't be sure of the exact dates.
If I showed you the email, would that help?
Yes.
We just have a discovery page.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can show you. It's not the stamp. It goes in that file. Thank you.
Yes, so April 17th, 2020.
Okay. And he had emailed you earlier that same day?
Yes, he did.
There were also emails on January 2nd of 2020? Sorry.
Sorry. January 2020, yes.
And an email all the way back on November 5th of 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
Also, emails between the two of you on January 3rd of 2020?
Yes, this was all one chain of us trying to get in touch with each other.
Sure.
They're all very
They're-
short
they're-
lines.
they're
just
short.
Checking in. Yes.
They're short. But there was an email sent on January 3rd of 2020 from him to you?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was in response to an email that you had sent him the previous day on January 2nd?
Yes, I was checking in on a question I had asked.
And there were emails on November 5th of 2019
Yes, that's correct.
and November 4th of 2019.
That's correct.
And in addition to those emails, I believe you said you spoke directly with Trooper Slover at least a couple times.
At one point, he asked if we could have a phone call to clarify because we were playing email tag essentially.
Sure. And you had a conversation with him.
I did, yes.
And after that conversation, you wrote up a memo about what you had discussed.
Yes, it's routine that when we have a conversation, we document what was discussed.
Okay. And I don't want to assume, I'm guessing you don't remember the exact day you had the conversation.
I can't recall. I don't know which one you're talking about.
Okay, so if I showed you the memo you wrote, would that help? So you wrote a memo on April 23rd of 2020, documenting your conversation with Trooper Sloper?
Yes, this was just documenting which items he requested be tested and which disciplines he would like the items to go through.
Sure. And documenting the conversation you had,
Yeah.
what you had discussed. You also wrote a memo on May 26th of 2020,
That's correct.
again documenting another call you had had with Trooper Stephen Sloper.
Yes, this was after the work was completed.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about that April 23rd conversation that you had with Trooper Sloper. Again, that was in April of 2020, correct?
April of 2020, as noted, correct.
Okay. And you conducted your tests in May of 2020.
That's correct.
So you had this conversation with Trooper Sloper prior to doing any testing.
I did, yes.
In your memo, you noted that Detective Sloper requested that the examinations, that you perform examinations that would potentially link Brandon Castiglione to that gun.
That's correct.
And again, he had previously told you that Brandon Castiglione was a suspect in this case?
It's routine for us to need to know who we have to compare to. If we don't have a suspect or someone named, we would not know who to compare the impressions to. So it's routine to know who the suspect is.
My question was, Trooper Sloper had informed you that Brandon Castiglione was a suspect in this case.
Yes, that's correct.
He also told you that the gun had been found near Brandon Castiglione.
Yes, he mentioned, I believe, in close proximity.
Okay. And he told you that before you conducted any tests?
Yes, sometimes we have to know where the item was found, because if the item had been found on this person, I would have suggested not doing fingerprints, because then it wouldn't have been probative to their investigation.
Now, Trooper Sloper told you to compare any prints that you found on the gun to Brandon Castiglione's prints.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were not told to compare them to anyone else's prints.
Not directly. I was informed that perhaps there was someone else who may have handled the gun, but that was, again, pretty routine and standard for an officer to handle an item at a scene. And he said he believed they were wearing gloves, so I did not think I needed to compare to that individual.
So your answer is yes, you were told to compare the prints to Brandon Castiglione's prints?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, you had been told that Brandon was the suspect
Yes,
and that the gun had been found here.
that's correct.
A few days after you spoke with, let me ask it a slightly different way. You indicated a number of emails going all the way back to November, and then the gun wasn't tested until May of the following year.
That's correct. We went back and forth. I asked a question. He needed to get an answer. Someone, I believe, was on paternity leave. Then COVID hit. Everything shut down, so we didn't get a chance to connect until April.
He said he needed to consult with someone.
I believe so.
Would seeing the email help refresh your memory as to your conversation with him there?
Yes, it would.
Just read that email to yourself. And does that help you remember what he told you?
Yes, it does.
Trooper Sloper at that point told you that he couldn't give you a decision yet because, as he said, he was waiting to hear from someone else.
Yes, that's correct.
Someone from the AG's office?
That's correct.
And when I say AG's office, that's the Attorney General's office.
Yes, that's what I
Sorry, shouldn't use abbreviations. And ultimately, he said that he had spoken with the Attorney General's office and gave you direction as to what tests to run or not run, correct?
When we spoke, he just outlined what he requested. I don't know if the request came from someone else. He didn't specify.
Okay. But he had initially, when you asked what test to run, told you he couldn't answer you because he needed to speak with the Attorney General's first.
That's correct.
And you had a phone call with Trooper Sloper on May 26th of 2020?
I can't recall exactly which one you're talking about by the date.
If I showed you the memo you wrote
Yes,
about
sir.
it, would that help you remember the date? So this memo is dated May 26th of 2020,
Yes, that's correct.
about a phone call you had with Trooper Sloper.
That's correct.
And that was just a few days after you did the fingerprint comparison.
That's correct.
And he told you not to test anything else?
Yes, it's routine that once we have finished our
Well,
examination.
I'm sorry, that my question was a simple one. He told you not to test anything else at that point. Is that accurate?
Yes, after I disclosed the identifications, he made the determination to put things on hold because he didn't
Okay.
see a need to go further.
All right, so we'll talk about that in a moment. I want to ask you about a concept called touch DNA. You're familiar with that concept
I am, yes.
and what that is?
Yes.
Could you just briefly describe it to the jury?
I'm not an expert in DNA analysis. That's a whole different discipline that requires training, so I can't really offer an opinion on touch DNA. I can describe that it is.
I'm just asking for a description of what it is, not any opinions about it.
Okay, so touch DNA would be DNA that you leave when you're touching items.
So just tiny, tiny amounts of DNA just from touching an item.
I can't speak to the amounts that would be present in it.
But small amounts of DNA can be recovered off an object, potentially.
I can't talk about it. It could be a lot, it could be a little. I'm not a
Okay.
DNA analyst.
You actually had someone else from your lab swab the gun for potential touch DNA before you did that super glue fume, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was done because there was an understanding that there could potentially be touch DNA on the gun.
That's correct.
That swabbing was done in your presence?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that you don't remember exactly how many swabs were taken and exactly where they were? on
I
the
don't
gun?
remember exactly where, but there were 6 swabs taken.
Okay, there were 6 swabs taken. And if I'm going to ask you questions about where they were taken, would it help you to have the report with you?
Yes, yes.
I want to talk about those 6 swabs. So there was a swab taken from the right side of the grip of the pistol,
Yes.
and a second swab from the right side of the grip of the pistol.
That's correct.
There was a swab taken from the back side of the grip of the pistol.
That's correct.
There was a swab taken from the left side of the grip of the pistol.
That's correct.
There was a swab taken from the right side of the grip of the pistol.
I believe that says front.
Oh, excuse me, I misread that. You're correct. From the front side of the grip of the pistol.
That's correct.
And there was a swab from the trigger of the pistol.
That's correct.
And all 6 of those swabs were taken in your presence.
Yes.
You observed those being collected.
It's routine that when something comes through for fingerprints, that if there's an area that we don't believe would yield usable results because it's highly textured, like I described before, there's a good chance DNA could be used or recovered. So we'll have it swabbed before we go through so we don't diminish the chances of recovering DNA.
Okay. So you swabbed it before fingerprinting so that you don't diminish the chances of finding DNA.
That's correct.
And those swabs were taken in your presence, those 6 swabs.
That's correct.
You saw that happen
I did. Yes.
by another member of the state lab.
That's correct.
Those swabs were never tested? Those 6 swabs?
No, they were not.
And they were never tested because Trooper Slover said he said not to test them.
Yes, so routinely, once there's an identification of fingerprints, we don't routinely continue testing to keep trying to identify on an object that we already have an identification on.
Sergeant Slover told you, and through you, the rest of the lab, not to test those 6 swabs.
Yes, he said he didn't see a need.
You talked about fingerprints,
Yes.
and specifically, I guess that was a silly question. You talked a lot about fingerprints. You talked specifically about whether or not you could determine the age of a fingerprint, I believe, earlier today.
Yes, I mentioned that you can't determine the age.
I just want to talk to you about that a little bit. It's not possible to determine the age of a fingerprint at all.
There are certain times when we could deduce the age of a fingerprint, say if it's known for sure that an item was cleaned at this date and it came after, we could say it came after that impression or after that cleaning, but we can't say for sure how long things have been on.
Okay.
an exhibit.
But that example you gave, that would be based on other information, not based on the fingerprint itself.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, for all you know, L1, you said L1 was Brandon's, I'm sorry, which did you say? Left thumb or right thumb?
Left thumb.
Left thumb. For all you know, L1 could have been left in June of 2019?
I couldn't say.
Could have been left in 2018?
I really can't offer an opinion on any date.
I'm not asking you to offer an opinion, I'm just asking you if that's possible.
I could not age the impression.
Okay. So you would not be able to eliminate the possibility that it was left in 2018?
No, I could not.
Would be able to eliminate the possibility that it was left in 2017?
Again, I could not.
Wouldn't be able to eliminate the possibility that it was left in 2017?
At this point, asked and answered, I think she stated she cannot date the time of it. We've had 4 different examples now. The 5th one's not going to make any difference.
Give one last one.
That was my last one.
All right. She can answer. If she has a different answer, or she can answer it. Go ahead.
What was the date again?
Sure. You wouldn't be able to eliminate the possibility that it was left in 2015 or even before?
I can say that it was left there after the gun was created. So
And that's all that you're able to say, that it was left there after the gun was created.
that's great.
And without going through all those different years and examples, that same answer would be true for L3 also, the other print on the gun.
That's correct.
All you can say is that it was made sometime after the gun was manufactured.
That's correct.
And you don't know the date the gun was manufactured?
I didn't look into that, no.
Counsel, do you have more to cover? Because we're at the noon break.
I actually think it will be pretty brief. I think I can do it in another 2 or 3 minutes if we can manage.
And do you have a lot more to go over with her?
For myself, Your Honor, right now I'm counting 3 questions. That's it.
How many subparts for each question?
Roman numerals.
Okay. All right. Why don't we try to wrap up just before lunchtime? Okay.
You indicated that fingerprints can be left when someone touches an item.
Sometimes, yes.
Said can be, not saying that they always are, but they can be left when someone touches an item.
Yes.
And if someone touches an item more than once, that would increase the possibility that a fingerprint will be left behind.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Well, if there is a chance that a print is left behind, would it be fair to say there's a chance any time an item is touched that a fingerprint is left behind?
I wouldn't say that. It depends on the residue that's on the hands and many of the other factors that I've already been over.
Okay. And again, I'm not saying that it would be, but just saying there's a chance when someone touches an item that they leave a fingerprint behind. It's a general principle. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. So just if we take that probability, whatever it is, and someone touches an item 50 times or 100 times, there would be a greater chance of a fingerprint being left behind, simply because it's happened many times. and each time there is a chance of a print being left behind.
I don't know if I would agree to that. I think it's independent of each other.
Exactly. Each one's independent of each other. So it's like a coin toss. If your first toss is heads, doesn't mean the next one's going to be tails. Each time there is the same chance. And so if it happens once and there's a chance, and it happens 100 times and there's a chance, there's a greater chance for something that has happened 100 times. Would you agree with that?
I agree there's more of a chance if you touch something 100 times that you leave an impression than just on the one time.
Yeah, that's all. That's all I was asking.
Okay.
Okay, so we agree on that.
All right, yes.
All right. And if someone owns an item, they may touch it many times,
They would, yes.
and it would not necessarily be surprising, just generically, for someone's fingerprints to be on an item that they themselves own.
It wouldn't be surprising to have prints from someone on their own item, but if they've used it routinely, you would expect sometimes that they would, the impressions may overlap, and then you would diminish the chances for recovering a usable impression.
My question was, it would not be surprising to find a person's fingerprints on an item that they own.
Yes, that's correct.
No further questions.
Based on that last question, Ms. Martinez, explain to us what you mean by fingerprints overlap. It sounds like you couldn't get a full answer out of it.
So if you're going to routinely touch an item over and over again, as he was describing, especially if it's in the same place, you could leave multiple impressions on top of each other. And when you do that, if you imagine the ridges, they might start cross-hatching, and then you wouldn't be able to follow the ridges, and you wouldn't be able to use that impression. So if there's multiple placed over each other, like he was saying, or multiple touches, it would diminish your chances for a usable impression.
Based upon that, when you say multiple impressions in the same position, it could kind of obscure some of those prints. Is there any way to tell from your examinations whether that means that it's more likely that you would see the first print left in that area or the last print left in that area?
It's hard
Does
to
one kind of like mash on top of the other one, I guess is what I'm asking.
They do sometimes overlap. It's hard to tell sometimes which one came first, and usually when you have that much overlap, you wouldn't be able to use either. So, you know.
One of the things I don't think you got a chance to give a full answer to is you were asked, and I believe you stated at one point when you do ask about where a gun is found because, and if I've got this right, you said if it's found on a person, we might not, like physically on the person, we might not ordinarily do prints because it wouldn't be helpful to an investigation. Is that what you said before?
Something like that, yes.
Why would that be true?
There's not as much investigative value to finding fingerprints on an item that.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Maybe approach.
stated that today.
Fingerprints might be found, or sorry, if the weapon was found on a person, that you might not ordinarily do prints because it wouldn't be helpful to the investigation. Why is that?
So we don't routinely test items that have been found or seen to be handled by a person because there's other information out there showing that that person handled the item. So fingerprints wouldn't be very valuable. So we tend to say we won't do that if we know the person or if they have evidence that the person was holding the item or if it was found in their pocket or something to that effect.
And then finally, so regardless of what you were asked to compare, there were only 2 identifiable prints on that weapon, and both of them came back to Brandon Castiglione's left thumb, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you. Thank you, Your Honor.
From the defense, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn for lunch. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do any independent research. Don't go online and look up anything you just heard about or anything you've heard about in the trial or anything at all. And we'll see you back here at about 10 past 1 o'clock. See you then. Thank you. All rise for the jury, please. Please be seated, everybody. Before I excuse her, I'm assuming everybody's done. So, Ms. Martinez, you can actually you can step down. You don't have to stay up here on the witness stand. Sorry. Is this the last witness that's going to talk about the contents of the box with the gun in it? I don't know where we are on that, but to my understanding, and the reason I'm asking that is because there's other stuff in the box that hasn't been admitted yet or talked about. And one of them are, I believe, the lifts from the gun, the fingerprint slides. So I don't know what you want to do about that. If no one wants to admit them, that's fine. But also the swabs are taped to the top of the box, too. And no one's asked any questions about those. So
Go ahead, Your Honor.
are you going to deal with this during the course of the trial? Because this is the last witness I thought that would be able to talk about the other contents of that box. Because if not, we can't send the box in because they're not in evidence. No one's talked about them. I just happen to know that they're swabs because I know what they look like.
And Your Honor, we've only sought the admission of the firearm itself.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. I guess I would ask for a moment to discuss the issue with
Well, you got an hour to talk about it.
And then I can discuss with the state if we have any.
Because I haven't excused her yet based on that. I didn't know if it was an intentional or an oversight, but I can't let that go back into the jury if no one's going to testify about the slides that are in there, the fingerprint lifts, and the swabs which are taped to the top of the box. Okay? Let me know what we want to do when we resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
may be seated.
The state calls Mark Castiglione. Watch your step on the floor. You can make your way up to the witness chair, but remain standing for me. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. And if we could start with just stating your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Mark Castiglione, Castiglione.
And how do you know the defendant, Brandon Castiglione?
He's my son.
How old is your son?
28 now.
When's his birthday?
28/94.
Do you have any other kids?
Yes, I have Danielle, my daughter.
How did you know the victim in this case, Luis Garcia?
Oh, we knew him from our church we went to.
How long had you known him?
Oh, a few years at the time.
Mr. Castiglione, where do you live?
15 Ridgemont Drive in Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Do you own that home?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
At this point, about 25 years.
Has the defendant lived with you at that house before?
Majority of that time, yes.
When you say majority of that time, what do you mean?
Well, he's older than 25 years
Okay.
old, so he lived there most of his life, or almost all of it.
Can you tell us a little bit about your house, a little description of it?
It's a split. Has a downstairs. You go downstairs. It's finished basement. Upstairs is finished as well, obviously, and it's just a split how it's set up. But stairs going up and going down. Stairs.
Leading up to October of 2019?
Yeah, about that.
Was anyone else living with you at 15 Ridgemont Drive? Is
Maybe.
any point himself at that time?
What?
Up to October of 2019, what was your schedule like for work?
Typically, I had to work around 6-ish. You know, it was like I left at around 4 in the afternoon.
So you say you left around 6-ish. What do you mean by that?
Well, in the morning, I got up and left the house to head to work around 6 or so.
Okay. And then you would leave your work to head back home around 4?
Yeah, approximately.
And that was every weekday you would do that?
Yeah, generally.
I know now people are used sometimes to working from home with recent events, so I'm wondering if at the time, did you spend any time working in the home?
No, not at that time.
Did you have a car at the time?
Yes,
Did you have one car or two cars?
one.
Did Brandon have a car at the time?
At that time, I don't believe he did, no. Oh, well, actually, we had a lease at that time that he was using, and I turned that in after the lease expired.
Was that before October of 2019?
I'm trying to think. I thought so. I'm not 100% sure.
So you think it was before then?
No, I think I turned it in. I thought it was after the event.
What kind of car was that?
I'm trying to think now. I don't recall.
You said Brandon used that car?
Not at that time, no.
So he wasn't using that car? A leased car?
I don't believe he was. You know, I could have the timing off here because I'm not even sure. It could have been that I turned it in before them. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if you had one or two cars at that time?
Yeah, I could have. I know I had at least the Accord. Anyway.
Okay. And the Accord was yours?
Yes.
Did Brandon have a license to drive at that time?
Not at that time, no.
Told us a little bit about, so he didn't have a license, not sure or not if that you had that leased car. Well, how was Brandon getting around in September of 2019, leading up to October 1st?
Well, you know, he was involved with the church and a couple other churches. He had people that, you know, relatives that went out and they did different functions for the church. And I transported him myself quite a bit where he wanted to go. So basically, you know, he didn't have a car, so. And he didn't really go out too much at that time.
What was his routine like at the time?
I know that he had a routine. Like I said, we did a lot of events at the church. You know, we did a lot of things during the week as well. You know, either Bible study or you know, prayer. We had several things going on during the week.
Sure. Were those activities in the morning, in the evening?
Mostly in the evening.
Okay. So
during the week.
During the week. During the day, during the week, then, do you know what his routine was?
Well, I was at work, so I don't know exactly what his routine was.
Was Brandon typically awake when you would leave for work?
Well, in most cases, I wouldn't notice him being awake, so I couldn't say if he was or not.
Did you ever check in with Brandon during the day while you'd be at work?
Once in a while I would. See how he's doing.
How often?
I'm not sure exactly. It might not have been every day.
Would he typically, you would contact him by phone?
Yes.
Would he typically answer his phone?
Sometimes he wouldn't. I don't remember him answering most of the time. You know, a lot of times I'd call and he didn't answer.
Was there a group of friends that Brandon was hanging out with at the time?
He didn't really hang around his old friends because, you know, he wanted to keep away from a bad element, so to speak.
Were there any newer friends that he had been hanging out with at the time that you were aware of?
I know that he had met people at a church that he was attending other than the one we generally attended, and also they would go to a couple of events and he would get picked up. And also I think that his grandmother and grandfather would come and pick him up sometimes to do something with. They used to go to a nursing home or something once in a while and minister to the elderly there.
So it sounds like Brandon was pretty involved in his church. I think you've referred to it so far, but what church is that?
Well, NEP is the name of it. That's it's New England Pentecostal in Pelham. That was our main church, but he had other ones he liked to attend as well.
How long had he been attending NEP?
Oh, it's got to have been a few years, 2 or 3 years at least.
Prior to October of 2019?
No, I believe he didn't. Actually, it was it was probably 2 or 3 years prior to 19. Correct.
Did you go with him to New England Pentecostal?
Yes.
Were you as active there as Brandon seemed to be?
Not quite as much, but I went to NEP just about as much. But he had other churches, events he might do that I wouldn't do.
So you kind of generally told us about some of those church-related activities. How often exactly during the week was Brandon participating in activities, Bible study, prayer?
Oh, it was like a few times a week. It was like Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays. We had Sunday for sure. Sometimes we'd go on Saturday for men's group. So there was quite a lot of things that we were involved with.
Did you go with him to each of those activities?
Mostly, yes.
What about on Thursday nights? Was there a particular activity you two took part in?
Thursday nights. I'm off the top of my head, I can't think.
Would you have a Bible study regularly on Thursday nights?
I thought it was Tuesday nights, to be honest with you. Thursday nights as far as outside of the church, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a private group that we'd get together and do a Thursday evening Bible study.
Okay.
Yes.
Where would that typically be held?
Well, initially we took turns, but towards the the last 2 or 3 months before the event, we were mostly meeting at the Garcia's house.
And the Garcias, who are you referring to there?
Luis Garcia and Patty Garcia.
So that's Luis and his wife Patty.
Yes.
Who else would attend those Bible studies?
The main people that would be Fran and Jeff Pastana, Mike and Doreen would be another couple that would be there, myself and Brandon, and there would be other people popping in here and there, and obviously Louie and Patty, but that was the core group mostly.
Who are Fran and Jeff Pastana?
Well, Fran is Brandon's grandmother, and Jeff is married to Fran.
I want to ask you a little bit about Brandon and Luis's relationship. When did they meet?
At the church, I believe. That would be,
Do you remember when before October of 2019?
No, I don't.
Okay. Had it been over a year?
I'm sure it was, yes.
What was their relationship like?
Pretty good.
Did you ever see them have disagreements?
Well, disagreements maybe on scripture, but everyone did.
Mm-hmm. So tell us a little bit about that then.
Well, we'd be reading scripture during, for instance, the Thursday night, and everyone might have their own interpretation. And he was no different from anybody else as far as he was a little less. Some people were louder than others. Brandon was actually soft-spoken of the group, but everyone had their own interpretation of what we were talking about. Mm-hmm. So we discussed it. Yes.
Was Brandon passionate about those discussions?
Passionate, and yeah, he's passionate about the word. Yes.
About how often would specifically Brandon and Luis get into those disagreements?
Not too often. I remember a couple that again he's one of the soft-spoken of the crew, but everyone went back and forth with things. Some people were louder than others, and everyone again he was no different than anybody.
In the weeks leading up to October 1st, 2019, have the two of them been doing anything together? And outside of church or Bible-related activities, I mean.
Oh yeah, well, during the time, a few weeks prior to that, they were. Louis was working on painting my house, and Brandon was there most of the time, so they did stuff together.
Do you know of any specific activities they did?
Yeah, they. Well, I know they might have went out for coffee, but they also, I believe, they went out shooting not too long before the event.
Did they go to a firing range, or
I believe so. Yes.
And how long before October 1st was that?
Could have been a matter of a week or two, or so.
So Brandon went shooting with Luis. Did Brandon have a gun at the time?
Yes.
Did he have just one or more than one?
Well, he had. I think he had another one. He had a Glock, but he had a Sigma 22, I believe, which he actually gave to Louis, I believe.
So you said he had a Glock, is that
Glock,
right?
yes.
Okay, and then a Sig 22?
Sig 22, right.
But he gave that to Luis?
I believe so, yes.
When did he give that to Luis?
It wasn't that long prior to, during the time of the event.
That was before October 1st?
Yes.
So at the time of October 1st, did Brandon only have the one gun then?
I believe so.
Had you ever seen Brandon shoot that gun?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, we used to go shooting ourselves. We had gone, I don't know, maybe a couple of months longer prior to that was the last time before then. And we went to I think it was the Manchester firing range and shot there.
Okay. And specifically, you saw Brandon shoot that Glock.
Yeah, he used that, yeah.
Do you recall what kind of Glock it was, or anything more specific other than
It's
it was
a 9
Glock?
millimeter.
Okay. Did you shoot the gun at that time?
Yeah, I probably did. We probably trade off here and there.
Do you recall it operating normally for you?
I believe so.
Did it appear that Brandon was operating it without any trouble?
I believe so.
When did Brandon purchase that gun?
I don't recall exactly.
Do you know where he kept the gun?
I know that he had a drawer in his near his desk that had a key lock on it, and I believe he kept it in there.
The drawer had a key lock on it? Or
Yes.
the cabinet itself?
The cat is like a cabinet, yeah,
Okay.
cabinet drawer.
And it had a key lock on it? you
I
said?
believe so. Yes.
Show you. Give me one moment, please. May I approach the witness?
You don't need to ask anymore.
It's a new witness. I
No, no.
you know, I
Throughout the
thought
course of the trial, you can just feel free to roam around the well of the court.
Thank you.
Just don't go in the jury box.
With the understanding that defense would not object, Your Honor, we'd ask that States 30 be admitted as a full exhibit.
It's admitted.
All right, so I'm showing you States 30. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Well, that's the cabinet right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the one you're referring to where Brandon kept his gun?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
1, 2. Point out to you, so the TV over here, is that the same picture we were just looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And so that cabinet, where was that cabinet located in Brandon's room?
Well, if you entered the room, it would be on the right side, towards the right side, not all the way against the wall, but his bed would be against the wall. It would be toward like in the middle of the room, probably.
That's it. I saw
Straight
you-
back.
I saw you gesturing with your hand, pointing when you said bed. Is the bed also depicted in this picture?
It looks like the end of it's right there in the right,
Okay, so on which side of the picture?
on the right side.
Okay. I'm going to show you now a couple more pictures. Do you know, did Brandon keep the gun specifically inside of anything else within that cabinet?
Well, he had a case
Okay.
for it.
Had you seen the case before?
I believe, yeah, I think I seen it in that drawer probably.
Okay. I'll show you States 34. Is that the case that Brandon kept his gun in?
It looks like it.
Okay. If you're having trouble seeing it from there, I can show you the actual photo. Would you prefer that?
No, it looks okay to me.
And then States 37, again, is that the same Glock gun case?
I believe so.
Okay. Had you seen the gun in that case?
I probably have, but I can't remember the last time I did. You know, if he would have brought it with him in the case if we went shooting. You know, that might have been the last time. I'm not sure.
And you said that there was a key lock on that cabinet. Did you have access to that cabinet, that set of drawers?
No.
Okay. Had you ever been in there to look for the gun or to?
Well, I
look for
might
that
have seen
box?
it in there with the drawer open. You know what I mean? So that's why I know that. You know,
Okay. But you had never taken a key and unlocked the cabinet?
no, I didn't have the key.
Were you aware at the time, on October 1st, was Brandon still keeping that gun in the case in that cabinet next to his bed?
I can't be 100% sure.
Okay. So I want to talk now a little bit about yours and Luis's relationship. Had you known Luis for some time before October 2019?
Yeah, well, for the 2 or 3 years that we were attending the church, you know, most of that time, I believe, I might not have known him initially, but eventually we did connect.
Okay. In the weeks leading up to October 1st, 2019, had Luis been coming to your house?
Yeah, he was, like I said, he had offered to paint, do some painting in my house. So if that's what you're referring to, for
It
the
is, yeah.
last 2 or 3 weeks prior to the event, he was there doing that for me.
How long had he, you said 2 or 3 weeks?
I think it was around that time frame where he was into it.
What did the typical day when he was working in the house look like? What time would he get there in general?
Well, if he did go there, he didn't go every day, but when he did go there, it was generally probably mid-morning, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Maybe even earlier. Maybe, 8 or something. I'm not sure exactly what time he started, but I sort of remember being around that time or a little later.
Okay. Was he ever there before you left in the morning?
No.
Okay. When you left every morning, I think you said around 6, right?
Yeah, around that.
Would you leave the house locked?
Yes.
Okay. So if you left and Luis is showing up after you've left, how would he get into the locked house?
I usually left the key under the mat for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where was that mat located?
Right in front of the door, actually.
Would he leave the key where he had found it before?
Yeah, he would generally, from what I remember, he left it under the mat when he left. So when I got home later on, I would see it under the mat.
Do you know, and you may not, but do you know if Brandon ever let him inside the house?
I can't say for sure. When I'm working during the day, I don't know. He could have.
Your front door, I imagine it has a doorknob on it.
Yes.
Does it also have another locking mechanism on it?
Yeah, it has the bolt lock.
The bolt lock, okay. And
The
is
bolt
that...
lock- go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that the bolt lock is the only thing that's functional on that door, the old door I have. The doorknob lock didn't function. So.
Okay, so let's take that piece by piece then. So you've replaced the door that was there at the time, on October 1st.
Yes, I have a new door there now.
But at the time, that door that you had, you said that the doorknob lock didn't work.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was like the place where the bolt would go into was filled in, so it didn't go into any kind of locking mechanism or any hole in there. It was filled in with putties.
Okay. So what did that key that you left for Luis, which lock did that work with?
That would be the bolt.
Okay. Did anyone help Luis as he worked through your home?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know, did he ever have friends or other people over while he was there working?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you ever speak with Luis while you were at your job in Billerica and he was at your house working?
Yeah, I sort of made it a habit to, when he was going in, to call him around my break time just to get an update and see how he's doing and so forth. So probably most of the time when he was there, I would probably, I remember I called him just to see what's up.
What time would that be, your break time?
Well, probably after 9:30.
Did Luis answer your calls?
Generally, yes.
When you say generally, what does that mean?
That means that most of the time he would.
I want to talk to you now about October 1st, 2019 and what happened that day. Can you start just by telling us how you started your day?
Normally, I would get up, get ready, leave the house around 6-ish, like I normally did, and head to work.
Did you go straight to work, or did you make a stop on the way?
Well, I believe when I reviewed the transcript that I did probably make, because in an interview I could have got gas on the way too, going to the transcript. I don't recall just thinking about it, but after I went over that, I probably did get gas on the way.
Okay, so you don't recall specifically, but you may have gotten gas.
Yeah, well, again, I would have remembered 3.5 years ago when I had the interview versus now.
Okay. But other than that, you went straight to work?
Yes.
And how long were you there that day?
Well, I left a little early because of events that happened that day. So probably early to mid-afternoon, I ended up leaving, I believe.
Okay. But from what time would you get? If you left your house at 6, what time would you get to your work?
At least 45 minutes to get there or so.
So a little before 7?
Yeah, I'd get there. I try to get there at 7 or so.
Okay, so at least around 7 to mid-afternoon, you were there.
Yes.
That day?
Yes, I believe.
Before you left for work, did you see Brandon awake?
No.
Did you see him at all that morning?
No.
When you were first at work, did anything out of the ordinary occur while you were working before your first break?
Before my first break, no.
How about at your first break?
Well, normally, like I said, I tried calling him to see, get an update, see how he was doing.
And when you say him, who?
I'm talking about Louis.
Okay.
Yeah, he was working in the house.
He was working at the house?
Yes.
Okay. So did you try calling him that day?
Yes.
What time was that?
It had to be around my normal time, 9:30.
And again, that was pretty typical time for you?
If I called him, yes. That would be my time I check in.
Did Luis answer your call on October 1st, 2019?
No, he didn't.
How did that seem to you?
Well, majority of the times he did answer, so I thought it kind of odd that he didn't answer. And I believe I knew he was supposed to be there, so.
Did you continue trying to call Luis?
I think I tried calling him at least a couple times after that.
Did you meet with investigators on October 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Did you share with them and allow them to take photos of information on your cell phone at that time?
Yes.
Specifically, did you let them take pictures of your call log from that day?
Yes.
May I approach? Excuse me. Force a habit. Objecting, state remove 62, 63, and 64 in as follows.
Okay, they're admitted.
I'll go through them in a little more detail in a minute, but in general, I'm showing you states 62, 63, and 64. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yeah, it looks. It's probably a picture of my phone in the log.
And is that how your phone appeared when you showed it to investigators on October?
I believe so. Yeah, if those are the pictures that were taken, yes.
Can I see them before you put them on?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to put those photos up on the screen. If you have any difficulty reading them or anything, I can leave the photos with you up at the stand.
Okay.
Just let me know.
Okay.
So I'm now showing you state 62. And looking at this photo, again, this was a photo taken that you allowed investigators to take of your call log?
Yes.
Okay. And then starting, well, you tell us, does that call log reflect that you called Luis Garcia that day?
It would, because if I can see it correctly, the first call to him was about 9:30. It says 9:31, so that would be approximately the time I would normally call him.
Okay. And around that same time, did you also call Brandon?
Well, yeah, it looks like I tried calling him afterwards. I guess when I'm just thinking that since Louis didn't answer, I tried to call Brandon.
And you said earlier you kept trying to call Luis. When was the next time you called him based on the call log?
Well, I can see right there. It looks like the next one is 11:42. Looks like 11:42 from here.
Okay. And again, if you're having trouble seeing, just let me know.
Yeah.
Does that call log indicate how many times you tried him at 11:42?
Says 2.
And now I'm going to show you state 63. If we could zoom in. I believe the last one, so at the bottom is where you called Luis twice at 11:42. Did you again also call Brandon at that same time?
Let me see here. It looks like 11:42. Yeah.
And did you call Luis again after that?
After 11:42, I called him again at 12:14. According to that.
And how about Brandon?
Again after that, yes.
So after that point, neither Luis or Brandon are answering your calls. Is that right?
That's correct.
What happened after that, or did you speak with anybody else?
Well, yeah, I normally call my daughter Danielle as well during lunchtime, so that was a normal routine. And During that phone call, I did.
Well, hold on. Without, we don't want to get into anything that was said during that phone
Oh,
call.
okay.
But did you try Luis one more time?
Well, I see a 12:45 there, so
So was that the last time you tried calling Luis Garcia?
I believe so. Unless you have another call after that, I don't think it was anything after that.
That's the last photo.
Okay.
Do you know what happened after you spoke with Danielle at 12:27?
In regards to what?
Did she contact anybody?
Oh, during my conversation with Danielle, I did mention that, for some reason that Louis didn't answer. And so I think she took it from there and called Fran, which is Brandon's grandmother. And I think from there, Fran, from what I heard, called Patty to ask about, if she had heard from Louis. I'm just assuming.
Okay. Just back up one moment. So between 9:30 when you started trying to call Luis and then this last call at 12:45, did either Luis or Brandon ever answer one of your calls?
No, as I indicated earlier, I don't believe they did.
Did you stay in touch with Danielle or Francis after you let them know that Luis wasn't answering?
I think we probably had an exchange because I learned that they were trying to communicate with Louis at that time through the means I already mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Did they go to you? I'm sorry.
Again, I'm trying to recall here, but I think that would be the only way they'd be able to get in the house, I'm thinking.
Had you informed anyone else about that key under the mat?
Not that I can recall, no.
Did Danielle call at all asking if there was a way to get into the house?
She might have, yes. It could have been part of the conversation.
After they were able to eventually get inside the house, did you eventually hear from someone something that may have occurred that made you leave your work?
Yeah, I think that when Fran and Danielle finally did it into the house, they discovered something that, because of the event that occurred, that, shocked them, sort of.
And did they relay that to you?
Yeah, I think it was Danielle that called me and said I should, come home, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure.
So is that what you did then?
Oh, I left work right away and headed home.
Okay. Have one moment, Your Honor.
Smith?
I have no further questions for you, Mr. Castiglione, but I think the defense counsel may.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
How are you doing this afternoon?
Fine.
So you talked a little on direct about speaking with police back in 2019, right?
What do you mean? I'm not sure.
So on October 1st, 2019, you spoke to the police a couple times.
Oh, yes, during the interview you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay.
Sorry, yes. And one of the times you spoke with them was very briefly after you got back to the house. Is that right?
I believe when I got there, I wasn't able to approach the house initially. It was blocked off because of the situation. Eventually, I was able to make it towards the front, And there could have been a conversation at that time. I don't recall exactly.
You don't remember if you spoke with the police at
I
your
could
house?
have, yeah, because obviously, it was my house, and I'm sure they allowed me to go down there, and I talked to at least one or more police.
Okay. So for just right now, I'm going to ask you questions, and if you remember, I think it's fair to answer. If you don't remember, can you indicate that you don't answer, and then or that you don't remember, and then we'll go from there?
Okay,
Is that okay?
sure.
Okay. Do you remember speaking with the police later on at the police station?
Oh, yes, there was an interview.
Okay. And they asked you to go down there and speak with them, right?
Yes.
And you went down because you wanted to help in any way you could.
Of course, I wanted to cooperate.
Okay. And they asked you questions, right?
Yes,
And you answered them the best you could.
yes,
It's close in time to when this happened.
yes, I believe so.
It was a couple hours later.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to backtrack a little bit. You started a bit ago talking about Brandon's involvement with the church. And I just want to sort of get a little more specifics about that. So I'm going to ask you specific questions, okay?
Sure.
Okay. You had testified that both of you were involved in church.
Correct.
And that both of you were typically at the church on a normal week 5 or 6 times a week.
It could have been at least a few times a week, yes.
Well, when you say a few times, I'm asking 5 or 6 times a week.
Okay, let me go over it. So I think Mondays was typical. We had prayer, and Tuesday, I believe we had the Tuesday Bible study in the evenings too, and Wednesday another prayer. But this is max. We're talking about Thursday. We did over, before the event, over the Garcias on Thursdays generally, and then the next one typically would be Sunday. Typically, but that doesn't mean that we didn't have other events mixed in here and there.
One of the things you talked about was men's group on Saturdays,
Yes.
right? Okay. And you would do most of these events all within the friend group?
Excuse me?
You would do these events within your friend group?
No, this would be expanded to other members of the church.
Okay. And was the friend group there also?
Some were. There was, usually, Jeff Pistana would be there. I would be there. Brandon would be there. That would be the extent of, the group the core group we met on Thursday, I believe.
How about Mike and Doreen?
Mike and Doreen I don't recall them typically being there. Doreen wouldn't be there anyway. It's a men's group. But Mike, I don't believe that Mike attended that.
Okay. So, on direct, the state asked you about disagreements that Brandon and Garcia would have. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to ask you, you testified a little bit when we're talking about disagreements and who would have them. And just to clarify, when you say disagreements, you're talking about what passages in a Bible means. Am I understanding that right?
Yes.
Okay, so when we're talking about disagreements, people aren't, fighting. They're disagreeing about what passages mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And it wasn't just Brandon and Garcia, right?
Oh no, everyone got involved usually with their own, take on what it meant to them.
And I think that somebody you mentioned specifically back in 2019 when you spoke with the police was Mike. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. Mike was he liked that. He was a little combative when it came to that, so yeah.
Okay. So disagreements involved everybody.
Oh, sure.
Maybe not even the right word choice to call it a disagreement.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
So, and I'm going to be jumping around just a little bit, so if I'm not clear where I'm talking about, please just ask me.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the work that Garcia was doing in your house.
Okay.
Okay. You testified a little bit that he wasn't there every day.
No, I don't believe he was there every day during the week.
How would you, was there a set schedule? How would you know when he would be there?
Usually we communicated.
Okay.
If he was saying he wasn't going to be there, then he wasn't there. If he says he was going to be there, then he would typically show up.
And do you know what his hours would be, or would he just leave whenever he wanted to leave?
Well, on the most part, it really did depending on the schedule. Sometimes you had to deviate somewhat. But typically, if he wanted to get an early start, he would get there around 8 or 9 in the morning, I think. That was his usual early start.
Okay. Not sure about when he would go, though.
It would depend. Sometimes on his schedule, he might, I'm not sure it would be a complete full day. So it wasn't a consistent schedule, I'll put it that way.
Okay, and I'll just try to sort of narrow time down a little bit more. Was he ever still there when you got home from work?
Most of the time, no.
You talked on direct about Brandon and Garcia being friends, right? Sorry, you have to answer out loud.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was the...
I said you talked a little bit on direct about Brandon and Garcia being friends.
They were friends, yes.
And they did things together within the church?
Within the church and outside the church and
outside the church?
Yes.
And would those typically be when Garcia was painting, or was this a relationship that went even before the painting?
Yeah, I'm sure there was occasions, like I said earlier, that they went out shooting not too long before that event, and also I know that they probably went out to coffee or something like that. But I know they did a couple things at least prior to that.
Okay. You were asked some questions about whether Garcia had people over when he would be painting.
Okay.
And I just want to ask you, do you know if he had people over when he was painting?
Not that I know.
Okay. Do you know if anyone came over to help him?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you know if anyone ever came to see him there?
I can't say for sure. I'm like I say, I'm not there. I can just say that not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You talked about having the key under the mat, and I just want to clarify. Was the key always under the mat, or was it under the mat for Garcia?
That's where I put it, for the situation with him painting, so he could easily find it. Yes.
Okay. So on other occasions it would not be under the mat?
No, not typically, no.
Talked a little bit about you calling Brandon on his phone, and I just want to clarify that a little more too. Was Brandon someone who was always on his phone, looking at his phone to see what was going on?
I'm sure he was on his phone. I didn't really pay too much attention to it, but I'm sure he was.
Okay, but it's not something that you noticed that he was always looking at his phone?
No.
Okay. And you've testified that at least some of the time, maybe a lot of the time, he didn't answer your phone calls.
Yes.
So that wasn't unusual.
No.
Okay. Talk to you a little bit about Brandon when he's praying. You've had the opportunity to see Brandon when he's in deep prayer, is that right?
Yes, I believe I have.
Okay. And he does it for quite some time sometimes.
Yeah, I agree.
And this is something that people at the church will also do. You've seen that?
Yes.
Okay. It was part of the services, right?
Well, most of the time when that occurred would be on prayer nights where that would be dedicated just for that. Yeah, of course, during the services people prayed, but it wasn't to the extent that normally you would, for a long length of time because there's a service involved.
Okay. But there were nights where people would partake in that. It's not just something that Brandon did, right?
Right.
Okay. You testified a little bit about the file cabinet in Brandon's room, and that you saw a locked case in Brandon's room. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 30. And you were reviewing this earlier, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see what this is up in the corner here?
Looks like a key to me.
Okay. And then with the drawer open, and this is State's Exhibit 34, I'm showing you the case that says, is it OCK? I know it's upside down, I'm sorry.
Lock. I think
It says lock. Okay, so that's an L.
I guess that looks like it.
Okay. So, when you said you'd seen this in the filing cabinet?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you ever see it open?
I don't recall seeing it open.
Okay. Do you know if it was, I think what you testified to is that you don't know if the gun was in there.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. You can't tell.
No. I mean, it's shot at least specifically in this picture.
Right.
So you don't really know where Brandon's gun was on October 1st. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is fair.
But you testified that he and Garcia had been shooting sometime in the...
Prior to that, I believe they went out and they did that together.
When you say prior to that, are we talking a couple days? Are we talking a couple months?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. Would it help you to review the transcript? Would that refresh your recollection?
It might, but the transcript might have indicated that it was. What exactly did it say?
Well, I'm going to ask if it'll refresh your recollection.
Oh, sure.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask for one moment, okay?
Okay.
I'll show you. It may not be as specific as I was hoping, but I'll have you have a look and let me know if that refreshes your
Without my
recollection.
glasses.
Page, so it's page 34 of the transcript, 553 of the date stamp.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so, can I just see this for 1 second to make sure I didn't change the page? Okay. You can read whatever you want, but what I'm going to direct you to is 19.
Okay. You just need me to go out for matter of fact, not too long. Yeah, not too long.
Okay.
I didn't know for sure.
Any narrowing of what not too long would mean?
I'm guessing, if I remember, it was quite a while ago, but it might have been a week or two. I'm just guessing, like I said.
That's fair. Thank you for telling me.
Yeah.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Judge.
Sir, you may step down.
Okay,
Thank you very much. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Mercier. approach the chair and remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. And if you could start just by stating your full name and spell your last for the record.
Sure. Robert Mercier, Mercier.
And where do you live?
I live at 9 Ridgemont.
9 Ridgemont.
9 Ridgemont Drive in Londonderry.
Okay. And that's Londonderry, New Hampshire?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone else live with you there?
Yes, my wife, my kids.
How long have you lived there?
About 5 or 6 years.
Were you living there in October of 2019?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the address 15 Ridgemont Drive?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that?
I walk past it when I'm walking my dog sometimes.
About how many houses down from yours is it?
3.
Do you know the family that lives there or used to live there?
I don't.
Would you be familiar with their faces? Have you seen them out on the street?
Yeah, I mean, I see them in passing occasionally. Honestly, that's about it.
You don't interact with them on a social level or anything?
No, honestly, I don't really see anyone often enough that lives there to to really even be, passingly cordial or anything.
At the time, I mean, did you know, would you recognize someone's face who lived at that residence?
I might, yeah.
Were you employed in October 2019?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was a software developer.
Okay. Did you travel to an office or did you work from home?
At that time, I was working from home probably 2 or 3 days a week.
What was your work schedule like at the time?
It varied from day to day. Some days it was meeting heavy. Other days I was actually able to get work done.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to October 1st of 2019. You recall that day?
I do.
Okay. Were you living at 9 Ridgemont Drive?
Yes.
And do you recall how you started your day?
I recall earlier in the day was one of those meeting heavy days, like back-to-back Zoom meetings.
Were you working at home that day?
Yes.
Okay. So you were in your home on Zoom meetings?
Yep.
All right. I think maybe by this point most people are familiar, but can you tell us about that?
Sure. I had my earbuds in and just basically on a video call with multiple people. I don't recall the exact meetings, what they were about, but
Sure. How long did those meetings go on?
it was back to back to back. So it was like early morning, like 9:30 a.m. until late morning, early afternoon.
Okay. So early afternoon then, when you finished up those meetings, what did you do?
I needed to go outside. I was all done sitting in front of a computer for a while, so I took my dog for a walk.
Now, I know you said early afternoon. Do you happen to recall an exact, more specific time, or is that as best as you can remember?
Yeah, honestly, I really don't. That's honestly best guess would be like early afternoon.
Did you pass 15 Ridgemont Drive on your walk?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary at that time?
I heard something out of the ordinary.
What was that?
There were 2 women at the house, one in the driveway, one on the doorstep or around the door or whatever, and they were yelling back and forth to each other.
Okay. Could you understand what they were yelling?
At first, no, but as I got closer and was at sort of the bottom of the driveway, I could understand it.
Okay. What were they yelling about?
There was a lot of back and forth of he's down, Garcia's down, he's not breathing, there's blood everywhere. What about Brandon? Is Brandon okay? Brandon's just sitting there, but he's okay. They mentioned something about they were supposed to be painting today.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did they appear to you? What were their emotions like?
Well, they pretty much matched what they were saying. There was a little bit of concern. Obviously someone had been hurt, and so their demeanor, their actions were sort of matching that.
Okay. So did they appear upset to you?
Yeah.
Were either of them on the phone at the time?
One of them was on the phone sometime after that. I don't know if they were on the phone immediately at that time.
What did you do when you saw this situation?
I started walking up the driveway to ask if they needed any help.
Okay. Did you make any offer in particular?
I did. I said, does someone inside need help? And they said, no, we're okay. And I said, well, if someone's not breathing, I'm CPR certified, like a recent certification. So, if you're going to, if you're calling 911, I can go in and at least get them started. And they said, again, no, everything's okay.
All right. So they didn't accept your offer to help then?
Nope.
What'd you do after that?
I tried to walk back down the driveway. My dog's about a 65-pound, big, fluffy piece of stubborn. So I couldn't quite actually pull her down the driveway with me, so we ended up standing there for another couple of minutes.
Okay. Did you see anything else while you were standing there at 15 Ridgemont Drive?
No.
Did you have any other involvement with those women or anything that had happened at that residence?
Nope.
One moment, Judge. Did you see police arrive or anything to that residence?
After, yes.
Okay, when was that?
Well, when I got the dog down the driveway, we went down to the end of the cul-de-sac, came back around, and at that time I started to see police arriving, fire trucks were arriving.
Was it a large response?
It was a huge response.
Okay. Did you note anything else while you were watching that house?
No. That was about it.
I don't have any other questions for you, but I think defense counsel might.
Okay.
You indicated that morning was one of your meeting-heavy mornings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I just have to have you answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Not trying to be difficult, we're just taking a record of everything
Sure.
you said. And so you were on your computer screen.
Correct.
You had your earbuds in.
Correct.
You were communicating with people in these meetings,
Yes.
paying attention to the meetings.
Correct.
And that's what you were doing, you said, for hours on end, essentially.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4 hours. Yeah.
Okay. So you weren't looking at the house at number 15 all morning?
Oh, no, I can't see them from my house.
Okay, so you can't see number 15 from your house at all?
Nope.
So that entire morning you never saw number 15?
Correct, until I was walking past.
Sure.
Yep.
Until the afternoon when you were walking your dog.
Yep.
So that morning you didn't see if anyone came to the house?
Nope.
You didn't see if anyone left the house?
Nope.
And when you walked up the driveway,
Mhm.
there would have been 3 cars in the driveway at that point? Does that sound right?
It was either 2 or 3.
Okay. You had not seen any of those cars arrive that day?
No, to be fair, I wasn't looking out the window at all, so.
Sure. You weren't looking out the window at all?
No,
So you don't know if any other cars arrived that day
I do not.
or left that day?
No.
Or who was in any of those cars?
Nope.
May I have one moment? No further questions?
Nothing from the state?
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much.
Sure.
You're excused.
A quick one for Your Honor, just to get some exhibits ready.
If you want to stand and take a stretch, you're in the order.
Just as a housekeeping matter, the next witness will be using states exhibits 89 through 93. So I'm saying there's no objection on the defense. So we can just take a quick minute now and get them full.
What are they? Is there any writing on them?
No.
Okay.
No. Go ahead.
That's all I checked for is
No writing.
exhibits with writing on them.
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So 89 and 93 are admitted by agreement? Okay. Next witness is?
Yes. At this point, Your Honor, the state will call Sergeant Stephen McCauley to the stand, please. Right up there. You're not saying anything.
He's going to swear you in, so just remain standing.
Sergeant McCall, if you please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Sergeant McCall, can you hear me okay from where I am?
I can.
Okay. If for some reason you can't hear me at any time, please let me know and I'll be glad to speak up, all right?
Okay.
Since we're on the record, could you please state your first and last name and spell both of them?
Yep, Stephen McCauley, STEPHEN MCAULAY,
And where are you currently employed, sir?
with the New Hampshire State Police.
How long have you been working with them?
November 2nd, 2012.
November 2nd, 2012. All right, so a little over 10 years now.
Yes.
Were you employed by any other law enforcement agency before that?
I was. I started my career with the town of Newfields, New Hampshire Police Department in 2004. I then became full-time in Newfields, New Hampshire in 2006. And then I worked for the town of Stratham, New Hampshire from 2010 to 2012.
2012. Okay, so right now, are you a full-time New Hampshire State Police trooper?
I am.
And what's your current rank?
Sergeant.
And what unit are you assigned to within the New Hampshire State Police?
The Major Crime Unit.
What sort of education experiences have you had in education besides just regular police work and training to be a police officer?
With the Major Crime Unit, we have the opportunity, I guess, to go to multiple different homicide schools, to the IHIA, which is the International Homicide Investigation Association, as well as various crime scene schools, and then on-the-job training.
Are you a certified full-time officer?
I am.
And did you attend the New Hampshire State Police Academy?
I did. I attended the 142nd New Hampshire Police Academy.
What about any sort of education for yourself? Go to college, any sort of degrees?
I do. I have an associate's in criminal justice, a bachelor's in business administration, and a master's in business administration.
Okay. And the master's in business administration, when did you get that?
2013, I believe.
2013. All right. How long have you been within the Major Crime Unit inside the New Hampshire State Police?
Since 2016.
I'd like to ask you about your involvement into the death of Luis Garcia and your response to it on October 1st of 2019. Are you familiar with that investigation?
I am.
Okay. And were you one of the troopers that was dispatched to Londonderry Police to help out with the investigation?
I was.
Do you recall what time you arrived?
I do not. It was sometime in the maybe early evening or late afternoon.
I just want to apologize. I should have clarified. Do you recall whether you arrived on that day, October 1st, 2019, or not until the following day, October 2nd?
It was on October 1st,
Okay.
2019.
And at some point were you asked to carry out a search warrant that had been signed to search the body of Brandon Castiglione.
I was.
And for the jury's benefit, how do you go about performing a search warrant when you get one authorized by the court to search somebody's person?
Well, first, we look at the warrant and see what the warrant authorizes us to take, because I can have different variables. And then we go into somewhat of a private setting, wherever the best we can get. And I start with, the way I do it anyways, I start with photographs documenting the person's body, 360 degrees with multiple photographs. And then we take layers depending on the clothing that the person's wearing. We'll start with one, like say if they're wearing a jacket, we'll start with the jacket, we'll take that off first, then we'll do 360 degree photos, and so on and so on and so on until we basically photograph the entire body.
In doing that and being handed that search warrant, is that a search warrant that you applied for or somebody else did?
Somebody else would have applied for it.
And did you meet somebody that was presented to you as the person listed in that search warrant, Brandon Castiglione?
I did.
Did you introduce yourself to him and tell him about the search warrant before you executed it?
I did.
And do you see that person sitting in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Okay. Could you please point out where he's seated and the article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yep, he's seated over here and he's wearing a light collared shirt.
And could you also just please indicate light collared shirt, an individual in their order of where that person is seating, if they're on the end, if they're in the middle?
The third seat from the right.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we'd ask that the record would reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as Mr. Brandon Castiglione.
No objection.
Good job.
So, for this particular search, Sergeant, where and how did you complete the search of the defendant?
I believe it was at the Londonderry Police Department. We had moved to a room. I believe it was in the booking room, if I remember correctly. And we started with the photographs.
And photographs, and you're talking about doing it in that same way that you described for us, kind of going from outer layer and working our way in?
Correct. We document the outer layer first, take one layer of clothing off, then document that layer, take another layer off, document that layer, take another layer off, and document that layer.
And what about fingerprints? For this particular search, did you take the defendant's fingerprints as well?
We would have taken the fingerprints last, as they're extremely messy, unfortunately, due to the ink that we use. So we would take fingerprints last.
And before that, would you have taken any sort of sample swabs as part of this particular search warrant?
Yes, we would take. So on this particular search warrant, we're authorized to take DNA, which would be buccal swabs in the interior of the mouth, as well as gunshot residue swabs. Were two different swabs that we were taking there.
You said a moment ago that the buccal swabs would be taken from inside the mouth.
Correct.
Where would the gunshot residue swabs be taken?
We would take that from the hands, the wrist area, the interior of the hand, the webbing, that sort of thing, your complete hand area.
Okay. Any other parts of the body where those gunshot residue swabs are taken from, or no, it's just focused on the hand?
It was focused on the hands, the wrist area.
Now, before you go ahead and take these different swabs that we're talking about, the buccal swabs and then swabs of the hands, do you know whether or not, for example, the defendant has brushed his teeth or drunk anything before you took the buccal swabs?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he washed his hands prior to you taking the residue swabs of his hands?
No. And can we go back to that question just prior to that one?
Yes, please go ahead. I want to make sure.
Just where I think you asked if he drank anything, and I was aware because I did give him something to drink at one point, so he did drink something at some point that I was with him.
Between do you know what the time was with regards to the 911 response on this particular case when Londonderry showed up at the defendant's house?
I believe it was in the early afternoon.
Okay. So between that early afternoon and when you interacted with the defendant, do you know whether or not he had washed his hands in that time period?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not he had drunk anything else other than the one drink that you had given?
I don't.
Do you know if he had changed his clothing at all between the 911 call and when you saw him?
I do not know.
Okay. And do you know if he had done any of those things in the hours before that, before 911 was called?
I do not.
When you did the search of his clothing and you started taking photographs, where were you in the Londonderry Police Department to do that?
I believe we're in the booking room.
And after you get done doing different swabs and taking those different photographs, what do you do to preserve that information?
Well, we package it all in, most of the body warrants, they're packaged in paper bags or paper envelopes. Once those items are packaged, we then transfer them to our, we call it, it's the major crime truck. So that's where we warehouse all the stuff during an individual case. That truck would have been at the scene, and all that stuff would have been transferred to, it's called State Police 953 is the plate.
State Police 953, that you said that's the plate. Well, what do you mean by the plate?
That's the license plate of the specific truck that we were utilizing.
So that's where that evidence gets logged in?
Correct.
And then how does it make it to the lab after that?
Then whoever's in charge of it, which in this case it was Trooper Jay O'Leary, would bring it to transport to the lab and actually submit it to the lab.
What about the photographs? What happens to the photographs after you take them?
The photographs are burned onto a compact disc and then given to the lead, as well as archived with the State Police photography.
Did you take close-in photos? '91.
Which is a reddish blood stain on.
Did you see anything like
back, and it was one of the
you at that time to be blood that was on him or an injury that he had. Originally started in Newfields and part-time doing in 2004. Is that right?
Correct.
Spoken with or interacted. And trainings after that. Have you been trained about alcohol or, again, some during your intro?
A couple years ago.
Correct.
The actual clothing, is that
I'm the one that needs to hear you. Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we take just a little longer? I'll give your witness and then go in again. I can break this review. Just so it's working really hard. Can we do that? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Fine with that.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stand in recess for 15 minutes for the afternoon break. We'll resume back here in a little more than 15 minutes. During the break, Sergeant, during the break, she's going to review some photos with you, okay?
Good, thank you.
Okay, all right. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do any independent research in the next 15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury. Okay. Attorney Ashworth, if you want to just do it while he's up here, or if you want to step down, however you guys want to do it. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I was going to would like to do it.
I think when you start. Hold on,
Are you comfortable there? Do you want to do a conference room?
No, I don't care. Yeah, whatever's fine.
Yeah, you can't because there were any evidence, so we can't go in the room.
Okay. Perfect. No, this is fine.
I don't know if it's just me, but it's off the border here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I pulled out the ones that
May be seated.
Your Honor, I would seek to strike the ID of defendant's exhibit U, and I believe that is without objection to make it prohibited.
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit U, is that the series of photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Use admitted.
I would like to go through a series of pictures with you. We looked at them during the break. Are these the pictures that you took when you were executing the body search warrant on Brandon?
They are.
Okay. So this first picture, what is that a picture of?
His back.
Okay. Is that back full clothed?
Yes.
And that's everything he had on him?
That's exactly. This would have been one of the first photographs in the series showing everything that he was wearing.
Okay, let's move to the next picture. And what's that a picture of?
His right side, same amount of clothing.
Because he's not wearing any socks, any shoes.
Mm-hmm.
If he had shoes, would those have also been photographed?
If this was the first ones, yes.
And you did not take any shoes with you into, as part of the body warrant?
I'd have to review my DSSP 20
Okay.
just to ensure that.
Okay, so I will grab that after we're done with
Okay.
this, okay? Okay, so the next picture. And may I show these to the jury, Your Honor, as we are going through them?
It's entirely up to you.
Thank you.
You
Okay.
can just pass them around. And
Perfect. Start with these. Next picture is fair to say, a close-up of Brandon's face.
Correct.
Okay. And the next is neck down to waist.
Yes, essentially.
If you have a better description.
I mean, it's just not a complete neck down. It's partially his face down below his hips.
And the next.
Appears to be his right top of his hand. The left top of his hand.
Thank you.
Right palm. Left palm. And first layer of shirt off.
Okay. He had an outer layer shirt in the original pictures, is that right? So you were
Correct.
sort of down to layer
Correct.
minus 2.
Left side layer off. Back layer off. This is showing some what I called RBS earlier, a reddish brown stain on his back.
Is this one of the acne marks that you were talking about?
This is what appeared to me. Once we get down to the other photographs, it appeared to be. It was in that same general location. Here's another one. Here's another one with
This is a
RBS.
close-up of this blue shirt that he's wearing.
I don't know if that's the outer layer, or if that's, I don't know what order these are in, so I don't know if that's the outer layer, or if that's this layer. They're both blue.
This is something that you...
I can't tell by this photograph whether or not it was I would have to see the outer layer.
When you're done, please. Okay. Does that help you?
Oh, jeez. I believe this is the inner layer.
Okay. So that would be layer number 2.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
And same thing.
These are the side, this is the last
Side,
side
yep.
that we're on.
This is front with tank top. Left side tank top. Back tank top. tank top again, just showing some more of that, the reddish brown stains.
That were, in your opinion, due to the acne underneath the shirt.
That's what they line up with. More reddish brown stain. Same. The back, that's more of the reddish brown stain. The right side, tank top. This is, I guess, bare skin front. Bare skin left side. Bare skin on the back. Another one, a little closer up.
Closer up, bare skin back.
A blurry photo of that area where that RBS was. So I took another one. Let me find it. So this is a duplicate photo. This one's just clear. That one came up blurry, so I took a duplicate.
Okay. So I will group these together.
And another back photo. And multiple more back photos. More back photos. And then right side, bare skin. Front with his pants off. Left side with his pants off. Back side with his pants off. Right side with his pants off. Front with his pants off again. Left with his pants off again. Back with his pants off again. Right with his pants off. Front again with his pants off. This is, I guess, focusing on his legs.
Okay.
His feet. His right foot. His left foot. His left foot again. And these are some duplicates that appears to be of him fully clothed again, front side and left side.
Which is where we started, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sheriff, would you collect photographs? Thank you.
before we started looking at the pictures, I believe you said that you would need to see your evidence examination request form regarding whether there were shoes or not?
Correct.
Okay. Let me just show you. And it is page 301.
Okay, yeah, I do not have shoes on there, so I did not seize shoes.
Thank you. So we just went through a significant amount of pictures, is that right?
Correct.
And you wanted to document anything that might be of evidentiary value with the round.
Yes.
And I believe you testified, although if you didn't, I'll ask you, did you burn those CDs, those pictures to a CD, or how did they get stored?
They would have been, over the years, we've changed process slightly, so I don't recall exactly, but I do burn them to CD and get them to the photo lab. Now we burn them onto a digital drive, so we burn them onto some sort of digital drive. I believe in this case it was a CD.
Okay. So if there were ever any questions, you'd be able to go back and look at pictures of nearly every part of his body, is that right?
All the photographs I took, correct.
Okay. So I also want to talk to you about, briefly, about gunshot residue kits and the one that you did in this case. You have done the GSR tests in the past, correct?
Correct.
You know how to use them.
Correct.
And when you did the GSR test in Brandon's case, or kit, I shouldn't say test, the kit, there was nothing that concerned you that it wasn't going to be unable to be used for testing later, right?
No.
Okay. You did the kit like you were supposed to, right?
Yes.
And Brandon allowed you to do what you needed to do.
Yes, I don't remember any difficulties whatsoever taking the gunshot residue.
Okay. And the reason that you take those, and you take them pretty regularly, is it specific, and sorry, this might seem like a dumb question, but it's specific to cases involving shooting of guns, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, sorry, I lost my question. In terms of packaging the kit, there was nothing that concerned you as you were packaging it that would invalidate or be concerned for invalidation of the kit, right?
I would have packaged it a uniform. I mean, we package it the same way every single time it comes in, or it comes with its own packaging. It's something that we just, no, it wouldn't have been something that I noticed that would have changed, I guess.
Okay. And you sent all of the items that we've already talked about with Trooper O'Leary to be entered in at the New Hampshire State Lab. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just have one moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, redirect.
One question, no subject. Detective, sorry to recall it. A quick question for you is this. All those photos that we looked through, the different photos in the back, and I just heard you saying as we went through them, did you see any injuries on his back other than that back acting? Did you see any injuries on his back at all or anywhere else on his body?
I did not.
Thanks. No further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions.
All right. Sergeant, you may sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May the sergeant be excused?
Please, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, if we could approach for one moment.
Yes, you may.
stand. And raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Have a seat. And if you could start by just telling us your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Tara Elsmiller, Elsemiller.
How are you employed?
I'm a New Hampshire State Police employee. I'm a state trooper.
Do you have an official rank?
I'm a trooper first class.
Do you work in a particular unit at State Police?
Yes, I work for the Major Crime Unit.
What kind of crimes does the Major Crimes Unit investigate?
They investigate homicides, officer-involved shootings, untimely deaths, suspicious death, conflict cases, and we assist state, local, and federal agencies with those cases.
Before joining, when did you join New Hampshire State Police?
I joined New Hampshire State Police in 2007, and I was a patrol trooper in Troop A, which is out of Epping, New Hampshire, so 95-101, and Route 16 was my patrol for about 5.5 years. And then from 2013, I've been in major crime.
Before joining New Hampshire State Police, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
Just as a civilian.
As a trooper first class, what are some of your duties and responsibilities working in the Major Crimes Unit?
So we assist from the interviewing suspects, witnesses, victims, to collecting and documenting all evidence related to the crime in the field, as well as processing crime scenes.
When you say processing crime scenes, what does that mean?
So we would be photographing video, diagramming, collecting evidence.
Have you received any specialized training while in the Major Crimes Unit?
Yes, prior to coming to the State Police, I got my master's in forensic science, but beyond that, on the job. In 2013, I'm in charge of the Faro 3D scanner project. In 2015, I got my certification from the International Association for Identification as a Crime Scene Investigator. 2018, I went to the National Forensic Academy. I've also been trained in courses, crime scene photography, blood stain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, and I've attended forensic conferences since 2006, either as an attendee or lecturing on forensic topics.
Did you work, you mentioned Major Crimes investigates homicides. Does your work ever include observing or analyzing shootings?
Yes.
What kind of evidence can be created in a shooting death?
In a shooting death, you obviously have the firearm, you have the ammunition, you have the magazine of the firearm, you have the bullets, you have defects that are created, you have injured persons, and biological evidence.
I'll touch on a few things you said there. You used the term defects. Can you tell us what that is?
So basically, in general, that's just damage caused by a bullet.
So what that would mean, once it's fired, if it hits something and creates damage, that damage would be a defect?
Yes.
And I think you referred to biological matter. What would that be?
So blood, tissue.
Would that include human blood and human tissue?
Yes.
Your time in Major Crimes Unit, how many homicides have you investigated?
So
approximately.
Approximately. I've been involved in hundreds of investigations, and homicides, it's around 60, and that's not including officer-involved shootings.
Are there any specialized tools that you use to assist in your investigation? I believe earlier you mentioned a Faro scanner.
Yes, so what we do it assists us in documenting the scene, but it helps measurements, which is part of our diagramming. So it gives a three-dimensional image of the crime scene. It's a laser scanner that collects measurements.
When it collects those measurements or scans, how does that appear to you? How do you use that tool?
So what we do is you have the hardware itself that you bring into the field and you scan and you compile those scans together. Let's say you take 10, 20, 15, depending on the scene. And you take those back into the software and you make a scene to go project, which is allow us to see it and then also use that measurement tool inside that project.
Does it appear as like photographs on a computer screen, or what does it look like?
So what it takes, it looks like photographs, but it takes the three-dimensional laser scans and they kind of compile both of those together and they kind of stitch them so you can see that and move through it.
And in that program, are you trained to determine measurements through the use of those scans?
Yes.
And how does that work?
So they have a tool on the side of the software program, and you just click on the 2 points that you're trying to measure, and it'll give you the amount in which that measurement is.
And are those measurements based off the data it's already collected at the scene?
Yes.
In October of 2019, were you working with New Hampshire State Police?
Yes.
What was your assignment at that time?
I was assigned to the major crime unit.
And were the duties and responsibilities you had at that time similar to what you do now?
Yes.
I'll draw your attention to October 1st of 2019. Were you working that day?
Yes.
At some point, did you become involved in the investigation of the shooting death of Luis Garcia?
Yes.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
My lieutenant called me and let me know that there was a shooting.
Were you told any details about where that had occurred or where you were supposed to be reporting?
Yep. So I reported to the London PD for a briefing on just where the location was going to be and what the circumstances were, and then I proceeded to the residence.
What tasks were you assigned in that investigation?
So Lieutenant Sonia tasked me with the officer in charge of the crime scene, and then when I received the team, I also assigned myself the photographer and the defect report.
You said when you received the team. What do you mean by that?
So Lieutenant Sonia picks, he splits up in the members that are available that night to go to respond. And once I was aware of who they were, then we all got our assignments.
Do you recall who the others were that were part of your team?
Yes.
Who were they?
So they were all troopers on the major crime unit with me. So it was Jay O'Leary, Catherine Shackford, Christopher Martineau, and Matt Anderson.
What were the other, are they troopers, detectives?
So at the time they were all troopers in major crime, assigned to the major crime unit.
And once they were on your team and you were at the scene, what were their roles?
So Jay O'Leary was the evidence technician. Catherine Shackford was in charge of documenting the diagram as well as doing the video. She also helped with Mr. Garcia's vehicle processing. Christopher Martineau did the Faro scans, and he also took photos of Mr. Garcia's car. And then Matt Anderson, his primary role was to help us search the house.
So after being assigned, did you go to the scene?
Yes.
Where was that?
The scene was at 15 Ridgemont Drive in Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Do you recall what time you arrived there?
Around 7:20 p.m.
What did you do when you got there?
I assisted the assistant deputy medical examiner to do, we call it a walkthrough with her. We assist her in helping identify the deceased.
What's that process look like for you?
So we just walk straight towards where we were told, but in the briefing, where the body and what room that Mr. Garcia was in. And so we go straight there. I usually photograph that path along with the medical examiner that's assigned to the case. And then we go and take photos of exactly what we see when we arrive.
Can you kind of describe the residence there at 15 Ridgemont for us?
So it's in a residential on the cul-de-sac. It was a split-level home, so you walk in the front door, you go up the stairs to the main level. Downstairs is the finished basement. And on the first floor, you have the living room, the kitchen right there, open like dining, and then there's a porch off the back. And then if you go down the hallway, there's a bathroom and 3 bedrooms.
How are those bedrooms kind of laid out along that hallway?
So at the end of the hallway, you have the primary master bedroom on the right side of the hallway, and on the left there's 2 bedrooms.
Okay. Which room was, was there a deceased person? Obviously, was it Luis Garcia in this case?
Yes.
Okay. What room was he found in?
He was found, we labeled it on the diagram as a bedroom 1.
So for use in your role at the scene, you refer to it as bedroom 1?
Yes.
And what about the other room that was on that side of the hallway?
We labeled that as bedroom 2.
Did you ever go into that room, bedroom 2?
Yes.
And from what was inside there, could you determine whose room that belonged to?
That Mr. Castiglione's room,
And who's Mr. Castiglione?
the suspect.
The full name?
Oh, Brandon.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. So bedroom 2 then, that was the defendant's bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Was that room ever searched by you or members of your team?
Yes.
Okay. Did that include a set of drawers that was inside that room?
Yes.
Where was that set of drawers exactly?
It was near the bed. There was the bed, the trash, the filing cabinet, or drawers, and then the desk.
Okay. I'm going to show on the screen here. States, excuse me, turn it on. States 30. Is this the filing cabinet that you observed?
Yes.
Was the inside of that filing cabinet ever searched?
Yes.
Okay. Was it documented with photographs?
Yes.
How about the top drawer specifically? Was that opened?
Yes.
I'll show you States 29. Is that the contents of what was in that drawer, the top drawer of that cabinet inside the defendant's bedroom?
Yes.
I want to talk about more of your observations in processing the scene, starting with when you first arrived. Can you take us through what you observed as you entered the house and made your way to that bedroom where the investigation was focused, bedroom 1?
So similar to what I already described, the living room, I went up the stairs, we go down the hallway. In the hallway, there's 2 plastic drawers for storage, and on top of that was a firearm. Then you walked into bedroom 1, and that's where Mr. Garcia was laying. That bedroom had like drop cloths all over it. They were working on it, so all the furniture was kind of gathered in the middle, and there was a light on at the time.
Did you observe Mr. Garcia's body inside that room?
Yes.
I'll show you first States 7. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that depict?
This depicts.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
display to the jury.
So this is Mr. Garcia's lower torso, like in body, and his legs kind of crumbled underneath him.
And State 7, do you recognize this photograph?
This photo is from the top of him, where there's pooling of blood, and then his head and his arms are up.
And is that how he appeared when you observed him that day?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you were trained, and I believe you said it was shooting reconstruction. And one of the terms you talked about were defects, damage caused by bullets. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you observe any defects in the bedroom where Mr. Garcia was found?
I did.
Okay. And again, we'll refer to States 8. Where in this photograph, can anybody see? Where in that photograph approximately?
She needs to step down to show.
Sure. Yeah.
I'd rather do that than put the photo up on the monitor.
Understood, Judge. So let me hold the photo. So where in this photograph in relation to Mr. Garcia's body did you observe the defect?
Right around here.
To the right of the window that's depicted?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you can... Did you take photographs of that defect that you observed?
Yes, I did.
Show you States 67. Does that depict at a wide angle the defect that you observed?
Yes.
Okay. And a little closer we have States... Excuse me, one moment, Your Honor. then state 67 and 68. Are these closer photos of the defect that you observed?
Yes.
Why don't you step down?
Yeah, absolutely.
Explain what we're exactly looking at, and you can refer to both photographs if you like.
Okay. So this is the defect that I observed. I labeled it defect A, so we could describe it. And then around the defect, there is blood and tissue.
And do you recognize that blood and tissue through your experience, your training?
Yes.
You had mentioned biomatter earlier, is that right?
Correct.
And the shape of this defect, how did it appear to you? Just general descriptions. How deep was it?
So we didn't like measure it, but it definitely made so that when the bullet went through Mr. Garcia, you have a certain amount of energy, and then as it goes through objects, that energy changes and it shifts based on a lot of factors. And in this one, it just made it like a shallow, like an impression. It's damaged, it's a defect, but the bullet actually wasn't able to penetrate or perforate the surface, and it ended up on the floor.
Were you able to determine at what height that defect was?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that?
We used that Scene to Go project that I'm mentioning. I took a measurement from the floor to the ceiling, windowsill, and then from the windowsill to the height of the defect.
Okay. I'm going to show you state 71. Is this a depiction of that measurement you took from the Faro scan?
Yes.
I know it may be difficult. I don't know if the actual photo is much better, but let me bring that to you. And which do you think would depict this better for the jury?
I think this may be the photo.
Okay.
Yeah, just because of the lighting.
So, referring to this photo, what points did you measure from?
So this is basically the edge of the crown molding on the ground and the floor, all the way to the corner of the windowsill on the right corner.
And how far was that measurement?
A little bit over 3 feet.
Okay. I see here on the photo itself that it says 3.02 feet.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm showing you state 70. Is this also another scan from the Faro that you used to help measure the distance to the defect?
So this is in the scan project, and then I took a screenshot of this.
Okay.
Yep. Of these measurements.
And tell us what you measured here.
So I measured from, this is like a closet frame, door frame, to the windowsill that I measured to last time, and then I went 90 degrees up to get another 90 degree measurement over to the center of the defect.
Okay. So from the windowsill and using this screenshot from the Faro scan, what distance was the windowsill to the height of the defect?
It was 1.37 feet.
So I think before the scan up to the windowsill was 3.02.
Yes.
So at what height, using those two measurements and basic math, at what height was that defect?
I think we said it was I didn't do all the decimals, but it's like around 4 feet 5 inches.
Now, through the investigation that you were involved in, was Mr. Garcia's height ever determined?
Yes, from his license.
Okay. Where was his license found?
In his wallet.
Okay. How tall did his license indicate he was?
Mr. Garcia was 5'8", 5 feet 8 inches.
Did you become aware through the investigation of what Brandon Castiglione's height was?
Yes, Brandon Castiglione, also from his license from his from bedroom 2, was 5 foot 6 inches.
All right, I want to go back to the defect you observed. Specifically, states 68. And then a little bit closer from that was states 69. And we've been through that. You had talked about that the bullet had slowed a little bit from losing energy. Is that right?
Yes.
And then, but it was able to, from your determination, break the surface of that drywall in the room.
Yes.
And just to make sure, and this may again seem like an obvious question, but this defect that you observed, based on your training and your experience, did you recognize that defect as having been created by a bullet?
Yes.
Was there a bullet found in the room with Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
I'll show you states 21. There we go. States 21. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the bullet.
Okay. And is states 22, does that depict where the bullet was located?
Yes.
And where was that in the room?
Under the footstool.
Okay. To talk to you now about, so back to, this was states 69 to 59 defect, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you state 73. This is an overlay of this photograph with, hold on, I'll get the reference. States 50B. Looking at this image as a whole, including the defect from states, from the photo we had, I'm not recalling the exhibit off the top of my head, but compared with 50B, and using your training experience, does the defect and the bullet that was collected at the scene depicted in 50B, were those consistent with that defect having been created by the bullet found inside that room?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You mentioned that was there a casing found in the room?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that found?
It was on the drop cloth.
Okay. About how, were there any other objects or near the casing that you recall?
There was the bullet and then Mr. Garcia, all in that same vicinity.
Was there a firearm found inside the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall any details about that firearm or where it was located?
It was located in the hallway, basically parallel with the door to bedroom 2.
Did you, using again the Faro scans, did you use the data there to determine distances between those objects found in the room with Mr. Garcia? The objects being Mr. Garcia himself, the casing, the bullet, and then the firearm?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is states 72. Does this photograph depict your use of the Faro scan to determine those measurements?
Yes.
I'll give you the actual photograph. Just talk about. So using the measurements depicted in that photograph, what were the distances between those items found in the room?
So what I did is I took all the measurements off the casing.
Okay.
So it was casing to Mr. Garcia, the casing to the bullet, and the casing to the firearm.
Okay. And what were those distances?
So the distance from the casing to Mr. Garcia was a little over 3 feet. The measurement from the casing to the bullet was a little bit over 2 feet. And the casing to the firearm was 6.8 feet.
Were you involved in searching the rest of the residence at 15 Ridgemont Drive?
Yes.
In that search, were there any other defects, like the one you found in the wall above Mr. Garcia, found anywhere else in the residence?
No.
Were there any other fired bullets found anywhere else in the residence?
No.
Talk to you. At some point in your investigation, did you receive a silver Samsung Galaxy S8, a cell phone belonging to Luis Garcia?
Yes.
Who did you receive that from?
The assistant deputy medical examiner.
Okay. What did you do with that cell phone after you received it?
I gave it to Trooper First Class Tamer Hester.
Okay. What was the purpose of giving that to Trooper Hester?
To analyze it.
Okay. So she was going to analyze it in some way?
Yes.
Were you involved in that at all?
No.
So you just gave it to her?
Yes.
Was that done with the consent of anybody?
The wife of Mr. Garcia.
Do you recall her name at all?
Patricia?
Okay. You said you'd been involved in the search of the rest of the home. Did you continue taking photographs throughout the house?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go through some of those photographs with you. I think from here, we should be able to do it from the TV. So first I'm showing you State 74. What does that photo depict?
That is the living room.
Okay. Are the windows depicted in that photo?
Yes.
Were those windows shut at the time that you were at the residence?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time you were taking photos after you arrived at the scene?
I
In
don't.
general?
I know I started, we processed it at 7:20, and then these photos might have been done after the warrant was signed. I don't know what time that was.
Was it within the next day or so?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you now State 75. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And what does that depict?
That is the room off the living. Is that off the living room?
So if I show you State 76, kind of maybe
Okay,
jog your memory then?
Yeah. So that's off. So that's the porch off the kitchen.
These doors are?
Yes.
Okay, but then going back to 75, can you then figure out what these windows, where these were located?
Yes, that's on that porch. Like the no, that's the dining room
Okay.
to the porch. I think.
So I see, are there doors to the left in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and were those the doors out to the porch?
Yes.
Okay. So were these windows, you said, were in the dining room?
Yes.
I see, were there objects in front of those windows?
Yes.
And were those windows shut at the time you observed them?
Yes.
So, looking at states, this was 76. Was this the back door to the porch, you said, right?
Yes.
And did you make any observations about whether that door was locked or not when you arrived there?
The deadbolt on the top is turned. It was locked.
Okay. And was it shut when you arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And then did you ever take a picture out on the porch, beyond those doors?
Yes.
And this is states 77. Can you kind of describe what we're looking at here?
So that is the door to the stairs going outside off the porch.
And any observations about how this door appeared at the time?
It had objects in front of it.
Okay. Were there any tears in the screen or anything that you noticed?
No.
Now back inside the house, what is this photo depict?
That is the hallway bathroom.
Okay. And when you say hallway bathroom, you mean the hallway going down to the bedrooms in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what side of the bedroom or what side of the hallway this bathroom was on?
On the right.
Okay. And again, the window, how did that appear at the time?
It has the fans in the window.
Which exhibit is that?
This was, I'm sorry, this was 78. And then states 79. Do you recognize this?
That is the bedroom to the right, the master bedroom.
This was the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Any observations about the windows in that room at the time?
The curtains are covering them.
Did it appear anybody had entered through those windows?
No.
And just remind us, this was on which floor of the house?
This is the main floor.
And split level, is that higher than, say, a ranch? The windows would be?
Yes.
Now, it states 81. We've seen a similar photo of this before, but which window is depicted here?
This is bedroom 1, where
Okay.
Mr. Garcia was.
And was this the window that was above Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Was that window shut and locked?
Yes.
And it states 82. What window is depicted here?
That's on the other side of the room in bedroom 2.
Okay. Was that a corner bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. So this would have been the opposite corner then, or opposite wall.
Yes.
Was that window shut and locked?
Yes.
And it states 83. Where was this window located?
This is downstairs.
Okay. So on the lower level?
Lower level, yes.
And all those objects in front of the window, those were there when you arrived at the scene and took those photos?
Yes.
Okay. It appeared that they had been shifted or moved at any time?
No.
Okay. And otherwise, were those windows shut?
Yes.
States 84. Where are these windows located here?
So again, it's on that lower level, but instead of going down to the right, you go down to the left.
Okay. What kind of room did it appear this room was in the lower level?
It had lots of things, but there's weights in there and storage, and I think there's a bed in a different picture.
Okay. Did it appear that these objects in the photo in front of the windows, it appear they had been shifted or moved recently?
No.
Okay. And was that window depicted on the screen now, was that shut and locked?
Yes.
States 85. Again, same wall, I believe, but that window, the objects in front of it, did it appear that they had been shifted or moved recently?
No.
Was the window shut?
Yes.
And then this window depicted here, what room was that in?
That's all that same open space downstairs.
Okay. And again, objects in front of that window, did they appear shifted or moved recently at all?
No.
And was that window shut?
Yes.
And then states 87. Which window is depicted here?
That is a downstairs bathroom.
Okay. It appeared that window was shut.
Yes.
And then states 88. What are we looking at here?
It's a bulkhead.
The bulkhead? So is that a big door?
Yes.
Okay. And it was shut at the time that you observed it?
Yes.
Did it appear that it was locked at the time you observed it?
Yes.
In your search, or in the time that you spent in the defendant's bedroom, the bedroom next to where Mr. Garcia was found, did you observe the window in that room as well?
Yes.
Had it appeared at any time that the window had been opened or anyone had entered the home through that window?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions for you, but I think that's counsel.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Thank you.
It's kind of warm in here.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Yeah. It gets that way in the afternoon. Yes, you may. Do not pay any attention to any media coverage while you're out there over the night. Avoid the social media posts that I talked to you about earlier. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or amongst anybody else. And we'll see you all back here tomorrow morning. All rise to the jury, please. Thank you. Everybody, please be seated. Trooper, you're free to step down.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just you're sequestered, so don't discuss your testimony until you resume tomorrow morning, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Before you all go, I was just curious, in terms of your trial plan, where are we on that? How are we proceeding in terms of pace?
I think Your Honor can still have four witnesses that I think they have much more with regards to that. They'll be short of making a decision.